Chapter 450. He had never seen such a seductive Tao Yuan before. She was like a seductress. Any man would not be able to control himself, not to mention the woman he loved the most. To put it bluntly, Fang Yicheng had been fantasizing about Tao Yuan for the past 2 years when he was dealing with his physical needs. Seeing it with his own eyes was much more shocking than his imagination. His nose felt warm and he touched it. F***ck. He actually had a nosebleed. If this continued, he would definitely commit a crime. Fang Yicheng grabbed the quilt and wrapped Tao Yuan with it. But she shouted that it was hot and tried to push his hand away. No. I'm hot, so hot, so hot. As she resisted, her body subconsciously arched up and her 2 soft arms hugged Fang Yicheng. Her drunken body exuded a faint fragrance. It was sweet and tempting, making Fang Yicheng unable to control himself. His body was extremely stiff and his eyes were filled with lust. She had melted all the bones in his body. The only thought in his mind was to ruthlessly tear her apart. The battle-hardened Fang Yicheng was like a young lad who had his first taste. He was impatient and at a loss of what to do. He kept swallowing his saliva. Yuan, I'm hot, help me. Tao Yuan only felt that her whole body was burning. His body could cool her down, so she kept trying to arch her body higher and closer to him. She didn't know what she needed, but she wanted more. Hot, her hand burrowed into his shirt, caressing it. Fang Yicheng's body suddenly trembled. His eyes became hot, and his voice became hoarse. Yuan, don't be like this. You're drunk, I'm not drunk. I want. Her soft body continued to rub against his muscular chest, squeezing against it. I'm so uncomfortable, Tao Yuan murmured with grievance and even sobbed softly. Help me. Fang Yicheng was already feeling uncomfortable. When she continued to act like this, his rationality was immediately thrown out the window. Too irritating. He was about to burst into flames. They had been friends for 2 years. He had had enough. He didn't want to be her *T friend anymore. He wanted to be her man. Even if she woke up the next day and chopped him with a knife, he would do it first. Vixen, Fang Yicheng's voice was taut as he growled. His large palm pinched her waist. Her skin was so soft and delicate that it felt like it was going to slip through the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't help but increase his strength, yearning to knead it even harder. Fang Yicheng couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his head and bit her lips, sucking her constantly. This kiss was much deeper than the previous one. Her taste was like sweet rose juice, making him greedy and confused. He couldn't help but gasp. His body was about to explode. He was about to go crazy. Yuan. I love you. I love you, Fang Yicheng said as he kissed her passionately. His hands wandered around her soft body. He was excited, and his body was extremely excited. I love you too. Luli, boom, Fang Yicheng felt as though he was struck by lightning. She was calling. Fang Yicheng. She said she loved him. Fang Yicheng frowned. Look clearly, who am I? Tao Yuan wasn't happy that she left him. She pouted her pink lips and looked at him in a daze, as though she was wondering why he would ask such a silly question. You're my husband. Luli, the corner of her mouth revealed a blissful and sweet smile. That was the most beautiful smile that Fang Yicheng had ever seen. It was like a blooming poppy flower. However, it was for Luli. How ironic. He knew that she had loved Luli for many years. However, he thought that Luli's actions had made her give up. Their relationship was just a meaningless marriage contract. However, at such a time, she was still thinking about Luli and was still calling his name. Fang Yicheng suddenly hated her very much. He couldn't wait to take her by force. Even if he couldn't have her heart, he must have her body first. Luli. Hubby. Love me. Tao Yuan leaned her body forward and her lips slightly touched his. Fang Yicheng allowed her to kiss him. However, that kind of kiss had already become tasteless. The excitement in his body was also gradually subsiding. In the end, he still couldn't take her by force. He was afraid that she would hate him. He was afraid of losing her. He almost escaped from the bed in a panic. He had completely sobered up. To him, this could be considered as the most terrifying few nights in his life. Headache, headache, headache. This was the most clear feeling that Tao Yuan had after she woke up. Her pale fingers inserted into her hair. She rubbed it a few times but she still couldn't suppress the tearing pain that drilled into the tip of her heart. She smelled the smell of alcohol on her body. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes. In her own bedroom, she remembered that she came to drink with Fang Yicheng last night. Good morning. A pleasant and magnetic voice rang out. Tao Yuan looked over. Fang Yicheng was standing at the door with breakfast in his hands. The main point was that he was only wearing a pair of pants. The two of them had swum together before. Tao Yuan had already seen Fang Yicheng's good figure. Although he was thin, his chest and abs were very eye-catching. He had a wide waist and narrow hips. His skin was originally very fair, and it seemed to glow under the sun. Even Tao Yuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She couldn't control her heartbeat and breathing. Why are you here? I sent you back last night. Have you forgotten? I don't really remember. Her head was still hurting badly. Tao Yuan couldn't help but rub it a few more times. It's okay if you don't remember that I sent you back. But you should remember what happened after that, right? His low and hoarse voice made Tao Yuan's throat, which was originally very relieved, tighten. Last night? What happened last night? Have you forgotten? Fang Yicheng put the tray aside and climbed onto the bed slowly. He was like a hunting beast, slowly approaching his prey. His tone sounded casual, but the look in his eyes was extremely evil. Tao Yuan shrank back, but he had long arms and legs. In an instant, he pounced on her and pressed her under his body. He didn't completely press her down. It was more like he formed a circle, encircling her within his sphere of influence. It was filled with his scent. His face was plastered on hers, and he unscrupulously emitted a refreshing scent. What are you doing? Tao Yuan grabbed the bedsheets nervously. She didn't know where to put her other hand. She stretched out her hand and pushed him. She was immediately scalded by his burning chest and quickly retracted her hand. Both of them had a very close relationship. Occasionally, there would be some intimate actions, like hugging or hugging. She didn't really resist it. However, this kind of intimacy was different from before. It was very ambiguous and restless. Thus, Tao Yuan suddenly became anxious and a little flustered. Don't get so close. Why? Last night, you didn't say that. You hugged me tightly and didn't want to let go for even a moment. So passionate. Fang Yicheng squinted his pair of peach blossom eyes and smiled evilly. He grabbed her helpless hand and kissed it. I can't tell that our Yuan is so passionate in bed. I like it very much. Don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between us. Oh. Are you sure? Last night, you were very drunk, but I was very sober. Tell me, who will remember it better? She tried to treat this sentence as a joke. After all, Fang Yicheng wasn't a man who would act recklessly. However, both of them were drunk. Who could say for sure about this kind of thing? Tao Yuan's face alternated between red and white. That handsome face looked even more charming up close. His breath was all over her face, making her so nervous that she couldn't think straight. Her hand that was clutching the bedsheets kept trembling. Look, I'm not wearing any clothes. What do you think we did last night? His peach blossom eyes became more frivolous and evil. Since you've forgotten, why don't you let me help you recall it? Fang Yicheng pounced on her. Tao Yuan was so anxious that she screamed. No. Pfft. His lips stopped beside her ear and a burst of laughter came out. I'm just kidding. What are you so nervous about? Tao Yuan looked at him in confusion. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't figure out if what he said was true or false. Her two beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Is this what you call disappointment? Although nothing happened after we did it, but now I can. The voice that came out of his thin lips was bewildering, magnetic, and low murmurs. Mei Yuan, you don't know how much I want you. Tao Yuan was sullen. She pushed him hard, and this time, he was pushed away. Don't make such a low-class joke, okay? It's so annoying. I'm just saying. Who knew you'd believe me? You know that I was drunk last night and forgot everything. I'll believe whatever you say. Is that so? If I knew earlier, I would have lied to you. Maybe you'd have given in to me. Fang Yicheng raised one of his eyebrows childishly. His winking was really annoying, but Tao Yuan really couldn't hate him. Which woman would hate such a handsome face? She was also a woman, so she couldn't do it. But she still gritted her teeth. If you take advantage of me, we can't even be friends. Fang Yicheng was sad. The identity of friend allowed him to stand closest to her with a clear conscience, but it also created an insurmountable gap between them. It was really a double-edged sword. So, he didn't know whether to love it or hate it. He understood these feelings, and so did she. But both of them chose to bury their heads in the sand. He didn't want to give her pressure, so he wouldn't mention it. Even if he did mention it, he would just treat it as a joke. He reached out and rubbed her hair. There aren't many men like you, so don't get drunk in front of a man next time. Not to mention others, even me, when you hugged me last night, I almost couldn't control myself. Now that I think about it, I still feel a little regretful. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him in a very unladylike manner. She had forgotten everything about last night. Of course, she didn't know that they had hugged and kissed. Fang Yicheng thought that it was good that she didn't remember, lest she felt awkward when she saw him in the future and avoided him again. He also didn't want to forget the taste of her passion and sweetness, but he had to forget. He didn't want to become Lu Li's substitute. That would make him very painful. Can you put on your clothes first? I want to, but I vomited all over you last night, and my clothes aren't dry yet. The assistant will send it over later. Let's have breakfast first. Fang Yicheng got off the bed and smiled at her. Still sitting there in a daze. Do you know that your adorable look makes me want to? He licked his lips wickedly. Tao Yuan grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Chapter 451. On the weekend, she doesn't have to go to work, so Tao Yuan took a shower and went out to eat breakfast in her pajamas. Of course, Fang Yicheng is still naked. He made a heart-shaped smiley face with fried eggs and sausages and asked her proudly. Does it look good? Childish. This is called the fun of life. Don't you want to wake up every morning and have someone prepare breakfast for you? Forget it, I prefer to do it myself. To be honest, she really doesn't dare to compliment his cooking skills. Tao Yuan sat down, opened a big carton of milk, poured half a cup, and casually said. If you walk around in front of me without any clothes, I'm afraid I'll have a heart attack. From the beginning until now, her eyes have been squinting, she never looked at him directly. Even if the two of them are familiar with each other, after all, there is a difference between men and women, so they still feel embarrassed. Can't you put a blanket on first? My body is so good, why do I need to cover it? Fong Yicheng made a few bodybuilder poses, while winking. Is it because my body is so perfect that you're afraid you can't hold it? It's okay, you can jump on me, I absolutely won't resist. Tao Yuan can't help but laugh. Fong Yicheng has received Western education since childhood, so he says whatever he wants. To put it nicely, he is outspoken, but to put it bluntly, he is thick-skinned. However, in the end, he is a very simple man. She can't help but think of Fong Wen's insinuation that she abducted Fong Yicheng. She should take this opportunity to have a good talk with him again. Do you want to go home after breakfast? I don't want to go home. Fong Yicheng pulled a long face and said loudly as if he was announcing something important. I want to move out from home. You're messing around. I'm not messing around. Who said I have to live at home? Don't you also live alone? You and I are different, you moved out because you're angry with your family. A 27-year-old man still wants to run away from home, isn't that childish? It's because I'm 27 years old. I have my own thoughts and decisions. I don't want to be controlled by them. The man who was still smiling mischievously a moment ago now had a righteous expression on his face. It's none of their business who I like, and they don't have the right to interfere. One city, ding dong, the assistant is here to deliver the clothes. Fong Yicheng took the opportunity to escape, but he did not expect to see Lu Li instead of his assistant when he opened the door. Inside the door, Fong Yicheng was wearing a pair of briefs. His skin was fair and beautiful, and he was extremely alluring. Outside the door, Lu Li was dressed in a cold and murderous aura. Lu Qingwan followed behind him. It was obvious that he was here to catch them in the act. With the current situation, it was hard not to misunderstand. Fong Yicheng was stunned for a second. Then, he put one hand on the door and smiled. Hey, what kind of wind has brought you? You're courting death. Lu Li swung his fist and rushed forward. Fong Yicheng's face took a heavy punch. If he hadn't shut his mouth early, all his front teeth would have been knocked out. This punch was especially fierce. He staggered and fell to the ground, knocking over a cupboard. Bang, 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 everything fell and hit him. Lu Li's eyes were red. He grabbed a vase and rushed forward as if he was fighting with his family's murderer. Tao Yuan heard the noise and ran out. She saw Lu Li holding the vase and was about to hit Fong Yicheng's head. Stop! Bang! The vase still broke on Fong Yicheng's head. His face was covered in blood. Lu Li, you're crazy. Tao Yuan rushed forward and knocked him away. How can you hit me? Yicheng, how are you? God, your head is broken. I'll help you stop the bleeding. Lu Li looked at Tao Yuan's anxious face and hated her to the extreme. This morning, he received a call from Lu Qingwan saying that she and Fong Yicheng were staying here. He immediately turned around and saw the scene when he opened the door. Fong Yicheng was naked and she had just taken a shower. Even if he wanted to find an excuse for them, he couldn't find one. The truth was right in front of him. He already knew that they were together. But when he saw this scene, he was furious. His chest was filled with the urge to kill someone. He was so angry that his face was distorted and he shouted angrily. Tao Yuan, you bitch. Lu Qingwan was stunned for a few seconds. Then, she reacted and said hurriedly. I'm right, brother. She has been with Fong Yicheng for a long time. They must be living together. If you didn't come here personally, she would definitely argue. What else do you have to say now? Tao Yuan was only worried about Fong Yicheng now. She didn't want to care about what they were saying. Can you stand up? Or should I take the medicine box and bandage it for you? Fong Yicheng's eyelashes were wet with blood. He didn't feel any pain. He just felt dizzy. He shook his head. I'm fine. He was actually ignored. Luli couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her up. He was so strong that Tao Yuan couldn't stand steadily. Her body rubbed against the floor and was pulled up by him. Let go. I want you to give me an explanation. Luli roared. Tao Yuan was in pain because of his grip. She tried to pry open the web between her thumb and index finger. But his strength was so terrifying. How could she get rid of him? She knew that he must have misunderstood. If he could calm down, she could explain to him. But, if he could calm down, he wouldn't be Luli. Tao Yuan couldn't tolerate him hitting someone. Moreover, he had even beaten up Fang Yicheng. She felt that he was no different from a hooligan. Hence, she was annoyed. You came to my house to hit someone. What do you want me to explain to you? He spent the night here last night. The two of you slept together. If I say no, will you believe me? Do you think I'm a fool? Luli squeezed out every word from his teeth. His grip kept tightening, almost breaking her arm. Are you trying to tell me that the two of you were just chatting under the blanket and nothing happened? Since you've already determined that we've done it, why are you still asking me? Tao Yuan sneered. Previously at the police station, I've already told you clearly about our relationship. Don't you think it's unnecessary for you to ask me for an explanation? This sentence was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of their relationship. Luli didn't think that he would be so angry. He was really angry to the point that he wanted to kill someone. She had kissed Fang Yicheng in front of him and said many things that contradicted him. But subconsciously, he still lied to himself and thought that maybe they hadn't done it. It was because in the past 10 years, she hadn't had a second man in her life other than him. She was always like a moth to a flame, chasing after him like the sun. But she did everything without a care for herself. So, while he hated her, it wasn't that he didn't admire and feel touched. It was because she had used a whole 10 years to prove her love. So, even now, no matter how intimate she was with Fang Yicheng, he still thought that maybe she wasn't that kind of woman. But he forgot that they had been separated for 3 years. The Tao Yuan now was no longer the one from before. When she looked at him, there was no longer the light in her eyes. It was as if she was looking at other people, calm and indifferent. So, the light in her eyes now was Fang Yicheng. It was simply unbearable. The more Luli thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes narrowed, cold and vicious. So, you admit that you cheated? He wanted to hear it from her mouth. Brother, why are you still asking such a stupid question? Isn't it obvious? She has already put on this green hat for you. Adultery is also a crime. She should be arrested and put in jail. Oh right, I need to take a photo for Dad to see, in case she quibbles again. Lu Qingwan was afraid that the matter wasn't big enough, so she quickly took out her phone. But just as she took it out, her hand was slapped by Tao Yuan, and the phone fell far away. How dare you hit me? Lu Qingwan's eyes widened. You cheated and you're still so arrogant. How shameless. Brother, you have to teach her a lesson today. This kind of woman deserves to be beaten to death. Luli couldn't hear Lu Qingwan's words. In his eyes, there was only Tao Yuan, and he violently pulled her. Did you two sleep together? He questioned angrily. Tao Yuan felt that her heart was about to burst from his roar. Speak. Let go of me. Fang Yicheng, who was on the ground, was still struggling, but he really couldn't get up. Shut up. Luli kicked him again. Don't go crazy again. Tao Yuan grabbed his arm tightly. If you have any problems, come at me. Don't hit him anymore. It has nothing to do with him. He is your adulterer, and you say it has nothing to do with him. Even if I beat him to death today, it's because he's asking for it. In the constant struggle and pulling, Tao Yuan's anger also rose to the extreme. Our marriage has long been dead in name. What right do you have to be crazy here? There is no adulterer, and there is no third party. It's me who has long given up on you. I like Fang Yicheng, and I was the one who took the initiative to seduce him. So what? In any case, this marriage is a complete joke to you. Do you have to act like a husband who catches an adulterer? Yes, I blindly liked you for 10 years. I used 10 years in exchange for a marriage that only exists in name. I was stupid, I deserved it, I ruined myself, I admit it. Now I've woken up, and I don't want to continue making mistakes, okay? In this world, not only you, Luli, are a man, I also have the right to love other men. I don't care which woman you are with. Who I love, you have no right to interfere. Don't go crazy in front of me. Lu Li's heart was ruthlessly stabbed, and suddenly tightened. There was actually a time when he was so angry with a woman that he couldn't speak. Every word she said was the truth, and he couldn't refute it. However, he just couldn't accept it. He had never been so unwilling in his life. He stared fiercely at that stubborn face. In her eyes, there was no longer the meekness and infatuation in the past. There was only endless disgust. It was as if the sweetness in the past had now turned into chaff that disgusted her, and she couldn't wait to get rid of it. Don't forget, we are still married. Legally, you are still my, Lu Li's woman. You don't have the right to love anymore. What was funny was that the marriage that he hated the most was now the only excuse for him to tie her down. Then divorce. These words jumped out of her mouth without any hesitation. Lu Qingwan's mouth was wide open in surprise, not to mention how angry Lu Li was. When he let go of her, he raised his hand and was about to slap her. Stop. Chapter 452. However, Tao Yuan was not afraid. She looked at the pair of angry eyes, stubborn and proud, and her eyes were full of sarcasm. If this slap can get a divorce, then let him slap me. Lu Qingwan was also mad. Brother, what are you waiting for? This kind of woman should be beaten. Beat her to death, beat her to death. Tao Yuan glared at her. In her eyes, this Lu Qingwan was a female demon who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. This kind of person, even if she died, would not be able to wash away her viciousness and crimes. You cheered like a clown, do you feel very proud? Who are you calling a clown? Lu Qingwan scolded back. You shameless slut, how dare you scold me? I am a slut, but don't forget, the first time I cheated was because of you and your mother. It was you who schemed to let another man force himself on me. Luli, it's all thanks to your mother and sister that you're standing here with your swords drawn. When they did that, you did not stop them. Now, what right do you have to blame me for cheating? She tried her best to say these words in the most indifferent manner, but she could not help but cry. It was a few years ago, and it was still a nightmare for her. In the past 3 years, she could not count how many times she had been woken up by this nightmare. But perhaps she should be grateful to him for giving her this fatal blow. Otherwise, she would never have woken up. She raised her head, and Luli saw a trace of tears in the depths of her stubborn eyes. A very complicated emotion gripped his heart. That incident back then, he was indeed responsible. This was also the only thing that he felt that he had let her down. When she held back her tears and accused him, he also felt a sense of suffocation. His fingers slowly loosened, and for a moment, he did not know how to deal with the situation in front of him. Tao Yuan's entire body was being held by him. As soon as he let go, she collapsed to the ground. Luli looked at her and turned to leave. Brother, Luli walked very fast, and Lu Qingwan jogged behind him. Just let it go. Brother, say something. How could you not slap her? Brother, I'm talking to you. do you hear me? When they got into the car, Lu Qingwan was still unwilling to give up. She's the one who cheated on me, and yet she's still trying to make a false accusation. She's so arrogant, you should have beaten her to death. Wasn't that what was happening in the news? When a husband catches his wife cheating on him, he will strip her naked and drag her out on the street to show everyone how shameless she is. Lu Li's entire face was taut and his lips were tightly pursed. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His gloomy eyes were suppressing a dangerous murderous intent, and his whole body emitted a terrifying aura like that of a wild beast. Lu Qingwan kept asking him, but he ignored her. She guessed that he must be in a bad mood right now, so she shut her mouth. Fortunately, I recorded the video. She actually dared to hit my hand. But the photos should still be there. I'll show them to Dad. Let's see if she still dares to deny it. Humph, the phone was snatched away. Lu Li drove with one hand and pulled up the video with the other. He pressed the delete button. Brother, what are you doing? Give it back to me. Lu Qingwan hurriedly tried to snatch it back, but Lu Li pushed her away with his elbow, and she was pushed back into the seat. Lu Li deleted the video and photos. He even checked again to make sure that the recently deleted was cleared before throwing the phone back. When Lu Qingwan saw that all the photos were gone, she was so angry that her eyes turned green. What are you doing? These are all evidence. Without the photos, Dad will definitely not believe what I said. At that time, she will be able to argue however she wants. She had planned everything and finally found evidence of her cheating. But now, it was all in vain. Although she kept saying that she wanted a divorce, who knew if she was just saying one thing and doing another? The Fong family would definitely not accept a woman who cheated. At that time, wouldn't she still have to shamelessly stay in the Lu family? With this ruckus, it would be difficult to catch her in the future. Lu Li's hands were holding the steering wheel tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were throbbing. His expression was frightening as he ordered coldly. When you go back, don't mention this matter. Why? She has already made you a cuckold, and you are still protecting her. Don't you want a divorce? Lu Qingwan was so angry that she asked loudly. That was the word that Lu Li didn't want to hear the most. He gritted his teeth. It's my business whether I want a divorce or not. You don't have to worry about it. You are my brother. Of course, I have to help you. Moreover, you know how much I hate her. You can avoid her if you don't go home all year round, but I see her at least twice a month. I've had enough. What do you mean by not divorcing her? Don't tell me you have fallen in love with her. Lu Li was too lazy to deny it. Love Tao Yuan. How could that be possible? Even if all the women in the world died, he would not love such a frivolous woman. He was favored by the heavens. He only had what he wanted, and there was nothing he couldn't afford. He had always humiliated and trampled on others, and no one had ever dared to make him lose face. But now, he had been humiliated by a nominal wife whom he had always hated the most. This was a great humiliation for him. Love? More like hate. And he hated her to the bone. However, he didn't want a divorce. He didn't know why, but the thought made him annoyed. Lu Qingwan was a little flustered when she didn't get an answer. How is that possible? You have always hated her. In order to avoid her, you even went to the United States. How could you fall in love with her after coming back for 3 months? You also think that she is a bitch, and you don't want her to have a good life, right? However, there is no point in you dragging her along as revenge. She is so shameless. Even if you don't divorce her, she will continue to be with Fang Yicheng. When the time comes and everyone knows about it, how can we, the Lu family, show our face? You should take this opportunity to divorce her and look for Sister Yanran. She will definitely get back together with you if she knows that you two are separated. Enough. Are you done? Luli roared. I have already said that this is between me and her. I will handle it. Anyway, don't say a word in front of Dad. Lu Qingwan was unwilling and had a stomach full of anger. However, Luli was a very dignified person. She didn't dare to go against him, so she could only swallow all those words back. Her eyes narrowed and emitted a vicious light. She cursed Tao Yuan fiercely in her heart. She would never let her go. Lu Qingwan was abandoned on the way home, and she took a taxi home. The moment she entered the house, she was reprimanded by Lu Yanting. You have already graduated for a year, and you only know how to play and not do proper work. How long do you want to play for? Learn from your sister-in-law. Although she is the young madam of our family, she also started from the bottom in the hotel. She relied on her own efforts to get promoted and get a raise. All the executives in the hotel would give her a thumbs up when they mention her. As for you, you will. Lu Qingwan was already annoyed, and she immediately retorted angrily when she was provoked. Yes, Tao Yuan is the best. She is good at everything. I can't compare to her in anything, okay? I'm not as good at pleasing you as she is, and I don't have her ability to seduce men. Those executives must be praising her ability to please men. I'm really inferior to her. Lu Yanting was trembling with anger. What are you saying? What did I say? I'm speaking the truth. Lu Qingwan said in a strange tone. The scandal between her and Fang Yicheng has long been an open secret in the hotel. It's just that you don't know about it. Baseless rumors. She has already explained that they are just friends. Only you would believe her explanation. She is now living outside, and you don't even know which man she is fooling around with. Who knows, she might have already been living with her adulterer. To think that you... Before Lu Qingwan could finish her words, she received a slap on her face. Wang, there was a buzzing sound in her ear, and her face was slapped to the side. Su Baihe saw her being slapped the moment she came out and hurriedly pushed Lu Yanting away. How can you hit your daughter? I don't have such a daughter. Lu Yanting shouted angrily. Lu Qingwan covered her face and turned her head inch by inch. Her eyes were red with anger, and her heart was dead. She sneered. Yes, you don't have a daughter, a wife, or a son. You only have Tao Yuan in your heart. If you trust her so much, you will definitely regret it in the future. She rushed upstairs angrily, and Su Baihe followed her in. I'm so angry, Lu Qingwan kicked over a chair, knocked over a vase, and kept scolding. I'm going to kill her. What's wrong? You're throwing such a big tantrum as soon as you come back. Didn't I say that your father's health isn't good? Don't quarrel with him. He hit me first. Look at my face. Lu Qingwan pointed at the 5-finger marks on her face, and her face was twitching. He hit me because of that B*TCH. Sigh, it's not like you don't know that your father is biased. Speaking of this, Su Baihe was also full of resentment. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he's actually so protective of her. You won't get any benefits if you make a scene in front of him. We'll think of a way behind his back. I could have driven her away today. It's all my brother's fault. Lu Qingwan told her the whole story, and Su Baihe was also very angry after listening to it. I already knew that she cheated. What kind of mother will have what kind of daughter? It's normal for that kind of woman to be unable to bear the loneliness and seduce men. Is your brother out of his mind? How could he let you cover for him? That's right. If he didn't delete those photos, that slap would have been on Tao Yuan's face. Lu Qingwan covered her face. It was still hurting, but what hurt more was her heart. She had always been very unbalanced. Now that she had personally caught the adulterer, she wanted to turn the world upside down. But in the end, it was all for naught. Needless to say, she was very annoyed. Do you think that my brother is biased because he likes her? This was what she was most worried about. Of course not. Seeing his wife cheating with his own eyes, no matter how much he loves her, he will hate her. Moreover, your brother doesn't like her in the first place. He must have other plans. After all, he was her own son. Su Baihe was very sure of this. Lu Li's personality was very strong. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would definitely pay them back 1,000,000 times over. Moreover, Tao Yuan had made him a cuckold. With such a serious matter, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Then what should we do? Just let it go? Of course not. Now that we know that she cheated, things will be much easier. The older the ginger, the wiser the ginger. Su Baihe was already planning in her heart. Chapter 453. It was late at night. The top floor of the Lu Enterprises building was shrouded in the night fog, and the lights were flickering in the night fog. Lu Li stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city under his feet. The busy traffic made him as small as an ant. It was said that it was lonely at the top, but he liked the high places. During those years in the United States, he relied on his own hands to build the world. From the bottom to the top, he became more and more ambitious. He wanted to make his career bigger, stand higher, and make the whole world the territory of Lu Enterprises. However, such an ambitious man was disturbed by a woman tonight. The cigarette in his hand had burned out, but Lu Li did not take a puff. When the sparks burned his fingers, he put out the cigarette. The air was filled with the strong smell of nicotine. It was said that nicotine could calm people down, but it was useless. If the heart was disturbed, everything would be useless. Lu Li took out a cigarette and put it into his mouth. The bitterness between his lips and teeth made him resist. He frowned and put the cigarette back. He pinched his eyebrows, and his brain was working at a high speed, so fast that he could not control it. In business, he enjoyed brainstorming. The faster his brain worked, the better. However, tonight, his mind was full of scenes of Tao Yuan's affair. She and Fang Yicheng kissed, he appeared at her house, the way she protected him, the way she was nervous about him, and even the scenes of them in bed. Lu Li felt a strong, powerless anger. The anger was because of such a great shame. But the powerlessness was because he thought it was unnecessary. As she said, the marriage existed in name only. He never cared about her, so why should he really think of himself as a husband who had been betrayed? The person who he had never cared about could easily affect his mood now. In the Hermes flagship store. The shopping guide was enthusiastically recommending a limited edition platinum bag to a beautiful woman. Usually, the people who came to the store to see the limited edition bags were some regular customers, but this was the first time they had received this one. She was dressed very low-key, and the bag was not a big brand. But judging from her temperament and figure, her identity was also extraordinary. After all, not every noble lady was flamboyant. Some were the complete opposite. Temperament was not something that could be packaged with money. Shen Xinhui was indeed not a regular customer of these shops. Although she had the qualifications, she was not very keen on famous brands. She just happened to pass by and came in to take a look. She liked this one and decided to buy it under the recommendation of the shop assistant. This orange color really suits your skin tone, and the size is just right. This is the only one in the whole of Asia. Many customers can't even get one. Shen Xinhui nodded and was about to take it. An arrogant voice came from behind. I want this bag. Mrs. Liu. Shin Shinhui turned around and saw Su Baihe walking over. Both of them were ladies from rich families, but there was still a big difference between them. Su Baihe's temperament came from her family background. She had always been using luxury goods, and her dressing was also very tasteful. He was dressed in a fur coat, looking very graceful and luxurious. Shin Shinhui's temperament came from her own cultivation. When she was young, she was a cellist in an international orchestra and had also practiced dancing. Therefore, even though she was wearing ordinary clothes, she still had a natural elegance, and her figure was excellent. Although in terms of dressing, she was much more low-key than Su Baihe, but her appearance was better and more charming. Mrs. Liu, what a coincidence. Shin Shinhui took the initiative to greet her. She was a gentle person to begin with. Moreover, the Tao family was not as well off as the Liu family. To put it bluntly, the marriage between the two families was arranged because the Tao family was of a higher status. Hence, her words were filled with a sense of flattery. "Oh, it's you. I'm sorry for taking your bag." Su Baihe was a bit arrogant and didn't even look at the bag. Obviously, she was not interested and just wanted to take it. Shin Shinhui knew her purpose, but she was used to it, so she shook her head indifferently. "It's okay. I don't often use these luxury goods anyway. Your back looks better. Good that you know. Mrs. Liu, I'll wrap it up for you." The shop assistant left. "Mrs. Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yuanqing has been very busy recently and didn't have time to visit." "Sorry. We don't have to be so close to each other." Su Baihe was arrogant and looked down on Shin Shinhui from the bottom of her heart. Tao Yuanqing's first wife was her best friend, and her family was similar to the Su family. She felt it was a pity that her best friend married Tao Yuanqing. But she didn't expect that Tao Yuanqing would divorce her and marry Shin Shinhui more than 10 years later. What kind of person was Shin Shinhui? She claimed to be from a musical family, but in fact, her parents were just musicians in an orchestra. She herself was just a cello player. She was far from being a rich girl. Part of her dislike for Tao Yuan was because she felt injustice for her best friend. Shin Shinhui smiled. "Don't say that. We are in-laws, and we should visit each other more often." "Oh, not now, but soon." Hearing that, Shin Shinhui's smile froze. "What's wrong with Ollie?" Su Baihe's face darkened and she immediately retorted. "What does it have to do with my son? Why don't you ask your daughter what's wrong?" Shin Shinhui was a little embarrassed. She had indeed spoken too quickly. Luli had been on the news with different women for 3 months since he came back to China. She had been very worried. So when Shin Shinhui said that, she instinctively thought that Luli wanted to divorce Tao Yuan for another woman. "Sorry, I didn't mean that. I know very well what you mean by that." Su Baihe snorted. The weaker Shin Shinhui was, the more arrogant she was. She wanted to tear off her disguise and provoke her even more. "I say, you are really good at pretending. Aren't you tired of pretending for so many years? But it's useless no matter how you pretend. Children are the mirror of their parents. What kind of nature you are, you can see it by looking at your daughter." Shin Shinhui was confused. "What's wrong with Yuan Yuan? She made my son a cuckold. Don't you know? Impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Go to the hotel and ask. Who doesn't know that she and the young master of the Fong family are together? No wonder she wanted to move out. So she wanted to build a nest with her lover outside." Su Baihe's sarcasm must have made Shin Shinhui very angry. She didn't mind being criticized, but her daughter couldn't be criticized. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute, "It was your son who had an affair, and not just once." But she was a rational woman. As a mother, no one wanted to hear others criticize their children. So she endured it. I know my daughter very well. Yuan would definitely not do that kind of thing. Not to mention that she only has Ali in her heart for so many years. Even if she didn't, she is a well-behaved girl. She would definitely not do something like having an affair in marriage. Shen Xinhui explained seriously. Ali has been gone for 3 years. People are used to seeing her alone. Whenever there's any trouble around her, she will start a rumor. That young master of the Fong family is probably her colleague or friend. Su Baihe looked at Shen Xinhui's serious expression and got angry. She wanted to give her a slap. But the most infuriating thing was that Shen Xinhui always spoke softly and gently. So she couldn't fight with her. People would think that she was unreasonable. Su Baihe endured and endured until her liver was in pain. She smiled coldly and asked in reply. Rumors. There are no waves without wind. Do you know that? If she knew how to keep herself clean, there wouldn't be these rumors. Moreover, I am not the kind of person who believes whatever others say. I don't know right from wrong. If there is no evidence, would I say so? My son and daughter have caught them personally. If it was just Lu Qingwan, it would be fine. Shen Xinhui knew that she had been targeting Tao Yuan. But now there was Lu Li, and Su Baihe said it so confidently. She was a little nervous, but she still insisted. I believe that Yuan will not betray Ali. What's the use of your belief? It's not what I say. If you don't believe me, you can ask your daughter. You were originally a mistress, and you even gave birth to a child. How good can a daughter raised by someone like you be? Even if you are the legitimate wife, you can't change your nature as a mistress. And you know very well what kind of family our Lu family is. We can't tolerate a daughter with that kind of background. If you still want to save face, get a divorce and stop pestering my son. Shen Xinhui's face turned green and white. In-law, don't you think you are going too far? I'm going too far. Your daughter cheated on my son and smeared the name of my Lu family. Is it not going too far? If you don't believe me, then you can ask her yourself. She is good at sophistry. I hope she is telling the truth in front of you. After saying that, Su Baihe took her bag and walked away arrogantly. Shen Xinhui was so angry that she couldn't say a word for a long time. Finally, she called Tao Yuan. She believed that there must be a misunderstanding. She couldn't believe Su Baihe's one-sided words and doubt her daughter. She had to ask clearly. When Tao Yuan was at work, she received a call from Shen Xinhui. She asked her to go home for dinner. She heard that Shen Xinhui seemed to have something inconvenient to say, so she went home after work. The big iron gate opened automatically. Tao Yuan drove into the garden. Just as she was about to park the car, a black Jaguar overtook her and made a sharp turn, stopping in front of her. She slammed on the brakes and almost crashed into it. Tao Yuan couldn't help frowning. When she saw the man who got out of the car, her frown became even more serious. Lu Li. What was he doing here? The Tao family was probably the last place in the world he wanted to go to. He should have just come from the hotel. He was wearing a suit and a pair of sunglasses. He was usually a calm and noble man, but at this moment, he looked a little arrogant. He overtook her car just now, which was obviously to provoke her. Wasn't he very calm? This kind of thing was not his style at all. There must be a hole in his brain. Wait. He wouldn't come for nothing. He must be here for nothing. Was he here to talk about the divorce? Tao Yuan's heart was beating fast. She quickly got out of the car and walked up to him. Why are you here? Can't I be here? Lu Li was angry when he saw her resistance. However, he had thought about it carefully. Arguing with a woman was the stupidest thing in the world. He knew that there were ways to torture her 1,000,000 times more painful than this. Chapter 454. I'm at my own in-law's house. What's wrong with that? The words father-in-law and mother-in-law were full of sarcasm when they came out of those sexy thin lips. Tao Yuan's body trembled in response. This time, he was obviously prepared, and he was a very difficult person to deal with. She might not be his match. Tao Yuan was very uneasy, but she still suppressed it and did not show any emotion on her face. She did not want to lose to him in terms of momentum, so she lowered her voice and said, "If you're here to talk about the divorce, let's change the time." Why? Luli took off his sunglasses and looked at her with a smile, inexplicably frivolous. Don't you want a divorce? No, I just need some time. She denied it so straightforwardly, which made Luli unhappy. This time, she had been talking about divorce, and it did not seem like a sudden decision. So, had it been planned for a long time? How long ago? When she was with Fang Yicheng. Now that he was back, she couldn't wait anymore, right? The funny thing was that she was the one who wanted a divorce, but she had to pretend that she was the victim. Her acting was really good. Tao Yuan did not know what he would think, but she could not let him mention a divorce so rashly. Marriage existed in name only, but divorce was a big deal after all. On the way home, she was still thinking about whether she should mention it when she went home, and how she should say it. If Luli suddenly said that he wanted a divorce, it would be equivalent to throwing a bomb into the Tao family, and her parents would definitely not be able to accept it. She had to think of a way to calm him down. Tao Yuan tried to show the calmness that she had cultivated after 3 years of work, and she even kept a smile. You definitely have to get a divorce. Don't worry, I won't drag you anymore, drag me? Luli sneered and asked. Isn't it me who is dragging you? The one who keeps saying that you want a divorce is you. It's me. But I can't just say that today and tomorrow. You have to give me some time, give my parents some time. It's better for me to discuss it with them. Oh. A faint ripple appeared on Luli's brow. I'm curious, how will you explain the divorce to your parents? Disharmony. I'm sorry. You're not going to admit that you're the one who kicked me out in Fang Yicheng, right? Aren't you making me the scapegoat? Tao Yuan actually wanted to say that her parents weren't blind. They knew that he was in the headlines with different female celebrities every other day. He was the one who had cheated on her multiple times, so he shouldn't be considered a scapegoat, right? However, there was really no need to clash with him at this time. It was better to consider the cause and effect before acting. Our marriage is already like this. Is the reason for the divorce important? Is it not important? Tao Yuan replied calmly. I don't think it's important. It's my responsibility. I won't run away from it, and I won't defame you. The truth is what it is. I will tell you the truth, so you don't have to worry. What is there to worry about? Luli sneered. Do you think I really care about what your family thinks? I'm totally fine with the divorce, but I'm afraid that your father can't take it. After all, he's still waiting for me to approve the project of Scenic View Villa to him. He said this with a sense of superiority. It was fine if he was just superior to her, but Tao Yuan knew that he had always looked down on her and thought that she was pestering him. In fact, in a relationship, the one who fell in love first would always be at a disadvantage and in a passive position. However, she really didn't like his imposing manner that was above the whole Tao family. Wasn't there an order for seniority? He wasn't a person who hadn't received higher education. How could he trample on her parents? It was too much. Tao Yuan, do you know how much kindness your Tao family has received over the years because of the Lu family? Your parents didn't dare to say a word when I was fooling around with women outside, which shows that they value the family business more than you. Now that you want a divorce, it's equivalent to cutting off their source of income. Will they go crazy? Tao Yuan tightened her grip on the bag and her palms were sweating. Even though what Lu Li said was harsh, it was the truth, which was why she was being more careful. The road to divorce was full of thorns, and it would hurt both families. All she could do was to reduce the damage. However, Lu Li didn't think so. He seemed to want to make this matter as big as possible. He didn't care about the life and death of the Tao family. Now that she had cuckolded him, he couldn't wait to torture her to death. Anyway, this is my business. I will handle it. Tao Yuan tried to pretend to be calm. Please go back first. Are you ordering me? She bit her red lips. I am asking you. Tao Yuan had to humble herself because it concerned her parents' feelings. Really? But from your tone of voice, I don't hear any pleading in it. Lu Li smiled mercilessly. He was used to seeing her calm or stubborn. When she softened her stance, there was a kind of softness that made him feel sorry for her. Like a feather, it tickled Lu Li's heart. His eyes became hot because of her lips. He remembered the taste. Her soft lips, the taste of peach pudding. It almost drove him crazy when he kissed her. She kissed another man in front of him and slept with another man. It was dirty and disgusting. Why did it taste so pure and sweet? It made him addicted. He wanted to taste her again and again until he squeezed her dry. If he could bite her instead of her teeth, his eyes kept moving down. Her swan-like slender neck, the cross necklace on her collarbone, the diamonds made her skin look fairer. And further down, her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Damn it, who asked her to open her shirt so low? Was she seducing men on purpose? Those men who were full of praise for her were actually complimenting her figure. Lu Li felt a surge of anger going straight to his head. If he hadn't been invulnerable for so many years, he would have rushed up and kissed her. Oh, what a terrible thought. Tao Yuan felt the heat in his eyes, but she didn't know that it was because of lust. She didn't think that Lu Li would lower himself to touch a woman who was already dirty and full of sin. She felt more danger from it. Lu Li calmed himself down. You have your way of dealing with this matter. I have mine. You don't have to worry about what I do. With that, he walked into the villa. Tao Yuan hurriedly chased after him. Don't be so impulsive, let's talk again. She was walking too fast in her high heels. She twisted her ankle and fell into his arms. She instinctively grabbed his shirt and held it tightly. What are you doing? Throwing yourself into my arms. Lu Li looked calm, but his body tensed up because of her, and the reaction in his lower abdomen was more obvious. Are you trying to stop me by offering yourself? I didn't. His face was so close that Tao Yuan's heart burned. She hurriedly wanted to get rid of him. But he didn't let go. She struggled twice, but he still grabbed her hand. When he let go, he held her butt and pressed it against him, as if he wanted to embed her into his body. His muscles were too strong, and it hurt her. What are you doing? Tao Yuan wriggled a little. Such intimacy, even if it was insulting, still easily disturbed her heartbeat. After all, he was the man she had loved for more than 10 years. Even if she gave up, she couldn't be indifferent. What's more, there was a mutual stimulation of hormones between a man and a woman. His breath kept drilling into her nose, making her very flustered. Her whole body felt like ants were biting her, and she felt numb and hot. What am I doing? It should be you doing something, right? Lu Li sneered at her. Looking at her futile struggle, he only felt that it was ridiculous and that she was pretending. You were the one who took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. Why are you pretending to be noble now? You've probably used this trick of playing hard to get in the past, right? Unfortunately, I'm not an idiot like Fong Yicheng. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. Tao Yuan couldn't break free from him. Moreover, her struggle only made their bodies rub against each other, creating more sparks and making their bodies even hotter. Even if she was a strong woman at work, she was still very immature when it came to relationships. She rarely had intimate contact with men, so this kind of entanglement made her at a loss. I didn't play any tricks. You're the one who won't let go of me. I was fine, but you forced me into your arms. Whose fault do you think it is? Lu Li used his height advantage to effortlessly grab her and torment her. Seeing her flustered and helpless look, it actually gave him a kind of mischievous joy. It was you, Tao Yuan, who started the fire first, didn't you? What fire? I just sprained my ankle. It was just an accident, and it could happen at any time. Lu Li was unhappy. What do you mean by it could happen at any time? Are you saying that you can throw yourself into any man's arms? His ability to understand was simply too problematic, and his imagination was even more ridiculous. He even rubbed her buttocks forcefully, just like a wolf. Tao Yuan screamed in a low voice. What about me? Since you're good at throwing yourself, then you should know that a man will not reject a woman who throws herself at him. It would be a waste not to do it, right? You're thinking too much. Even if I want to give myself to you, I won't give myself to you. Tao Yuan had to say some unpleasant words as she anxiously used her fingers to dig at his hand. But his fingers were like an iron clamp, firmly holding her, making her unable to move. Let go of me, her voice was trembling. She used to crave his embrace, always fantasizing about how warm and strong his chest was. But now, the aura that she used to be infatuated with, that cool smell, had become very dangerous, like a devil's hand, pulling at her nerves. This position was too ambiguous, but it wasn't ambiguous because she was confused, but it was something that made her resist, something that she was afraid of. A cornered dog would jump over a wall. The current Tao Yuan was almost forced to the edge. Lu Li, what do you mean by this? Don't you think I'm dirty? Why are you hugging me so tightly? Don't forget, you're hugging another man's woman, don't you feel disgusted? She deliberately said words that made him feel disgusted. Chapter 455. Let go of me, let go, Lu Li looked at her condescendingly. So this was how she looked like when she was angry. He tried to think of her as a cheap woman who was just playing hard to get. However, the disgust in her eyes was strong and real, as if she couldn't wait to be cut off from him. More than 10 years of love, just like that. He didn't believe it, or rather, he couldn't accept it. Yuan. Shen Xinhui came out and saw this scene unexpectedly. When she saw that the man was Lu Li, her eyes widened. Ali. Tao Yuan took the opportunity to break free from his clutches, tried to calm down, and tidied up her clothes. Mom. Lu Li smiled and didn't greet her. Did you come back together? Tao Yuan quickly answered. Well. He has something to tell me, and now that he's done, he's ready to leave. Leaving so soon. Don't you want dinner? No, he still has something to do. She kept winking at him, which made Lu Li laugh in his heart. Did she think that she could drive him away like this? Would he be dominated by a woman? The matter of the hotel can be dealt with later. Since you're here, let's have dinner. After that, he strode into the villa with his 2 long legs. Tao Yuan was disheartened. Was he trying to put her to death? Tao Yuanqing was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper when Lu Li suddenly walked in. He thought that he was hallucinating and pushed his glasses, only then was he sure that it was him. Ali. Lu Li looked at him indifferently. After a few years, Tao Yuanqing's figure had become a little bloated, with a protruding beer belly, which made him look a little stupid. This person was the father-in-law that he had recognized a long time ago, and now he was also his father-in-law, but his daughter had changed. Tao Yuanqing looked a little nervous, and the expression on his face was complicated. He thought that Lu Li would never step into the Tao family again. His instincts told him that he was up to no good. Ever since they got married, Lu Li's attitude towards him had completely changed. He didn't even want to see him. He was also the one who stopped the Scenic View Villa project. Needless to say, Tao Yuanqing felt guilty towards him, so he felt a little awkward. Why are you here? Lu Li looked around. I haven't been here for a long time. This place is still the same as before. Tao Yuanqing nodded. Tao Yuan was standing behind Lu Li. Not knowing when he would throw the bomb, she was so nervous that her face turned pale and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. What brings you here today? There's something. Oh. What is it? Lu Li smiled and glanced at Tao Yuan. Her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. She closed her eyes as if she was waiting for the death sentence. Are you scared? It was right to be afraid. She was eager to have a good time, so he would not let her. It was much better to torture her slowly. No hurry, let's talk about it during dinner. Shen Xinhui didn't expect him to stay for dinner and said hurriedly. Yeah, I made a lot of dishes today. Let's talk while we eat. Because Tao Yuan was home, Shen Xinhui had prepared a table full of dishes. But the presence of Lu Li made an ordinary family dinner like a negotiation. The atmosphere was very tense, and everyone had their own thoughts. Shen Xinhui first scooped a bowl of soup for Lu Li. It's duck soup. The weather has been very dry recently, and duck soup is nourishing. She anxiously guessed the purpose of Lu Li's visit. In the morning, Su Baihe told her that Yuan had an affair, and Lu Li caught her red-handed. Could it be that he was here to talk about a divorce? Tao Yuan's mind was in turmoil as well. That being said, if Lu Li wanted to turn the whole thing upside down, then she would have to play along until the end. It was useless to be afraid. He would not be merciful just because he was afraid. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you in the US? Tao Yuanqing tried to find a topic. Because he was fat, his face looked a little stupid, and it was difficult to hide the flattering intention. Lu Li was very sarcastic. Would he also feel guilty and uneasy? It's okay to stay away from some things. He replied lightly, took a sip of the duck soup, and savored it for a while. The duck soup is still a little too dry. I'm not used to it. I still miss Aunt Lin's chicken soup. Don't you feel regret that you can't drink it in the future? His words made the faces of the other three people at the table very ugly. Shen Xinhui was especially so. Yes, she was the mistress. So even though she had been married to Tao Yuanqing for a few years, this Mrs. Tao seemed to be still not recognized. Lu Li did not recognize her, and it was impossible for him to recognize Tao Yuan. He recognized Lin Dan and Tao Yanran. Thinking about it, he felt very uncomfortable. Tao Yuan couldn't bear to see Shen Xinhui being humiliated, so she couldn't help but say. Don't drink if you don't like it. No one is begging you to stay. Yuan. Tao Yuanqing immediately scolded. Of course I came because I have something to do. Do you think I came specially to drink soup? Lu Li narrowed his eyes. What is it? Tao Yuanqing asked cautiously. The faint premonition was getting stronger and stronger. It was not that he didn't think that Lu Li came for the divorce. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Li answered. I came for the project of sightseeing villa. Tao Yuanqing was stunned. That project had been negotiated, but it was put on hold after Lu Li came back. He had inquired about the inside information. It was Lu Li who didn't agree to sign the contract. So he came to say that he didn't want to cooperate. That was better than divorce. Although the two companies have been cooperating, the competition has been so fierce recently. Several multinational groups want to win this project. If it doesn't work, then don't force it. I can understand. Tao Yuanqing first found an excuse for himself. But Lu Li said, I have thought about it. Tao's comprehensive strength is still relatively strong, so I plan to approve this project to Tao's. Tao Yuanqing couldn't believe his ears. He had prepared for the worst, but it turned out that Lu Li came to say this. How could he not be surprised? Tao Yuan was even more surprised. She looked at him very puzzled. Didn't he come to divorce? Looking at her dumbfounded look, Lu Li felt that she was a little stupid and cute. If he did what she thought, he would not be Lu Li. You really decided? Tao Yuanqing was overjoyed. I thought, Tao's and Lu's have always been in a cooperative relationship. What's more, Tao Yuan is my wife. If there is a good project, of course, I will benefit my own people first. Tao Yuan has done a good job in the hotel in the past 2 years, and everyone in the hotel has praised her. So I think she is the most suitable person to be in charge of this project. Am I right? He asked her. Tao Yuan was speechless and didn't know how to answer. She didn't know what he was up to. But no matter what his purpose was, it must be an impure motive. She couldn't jump into this trap. Recently, there are a lot of things to do in the hotel. I am afraid that I can't spare time. Moreover, as for the project, since my father said that there are many competitors, why don't we reconsider? According to what you said, Tao's has received a lot of favors from Lu's over the years. If such a big project is handed over to Tao's, I am afraid that people will say that it was done behind the scenes. Tao Yuanqing would definitely be unhappy if he heard her tearing him down like this. He snorted heavily. What do you mean by doing behind the scenes? It is a business marriage between the two families. It is a matter of mutual benefit. No one should receive favors from the other. The key is to make the project bigger and better. It doesn't matter who it is handed over to. There are many intrigues in the business world. So what if people say something? He was afraid that Lu Li would go back on his word, so he said hurriedly. Then do as you say. The project will be handed over to Yuan Yuan. She will be able to do it properly. Dad, that's settled. Tao Yuanqing was overjoyed. Although he had some opinions about Lu Li's scandals in the past few months, he had wronged him first. It was good to have a harmonious marriage, but if it didn't work, there was no way to force it. He could only seek to maximize the benefits. At least within their marriage, he wanted to get the most benefits. Well, let's sign the contract tomorrow. I'll leave first. After Lu Li finished speaking, he took a deep look at Tao Yuan. It was so meaningful that it made her feel very uneasy. She hurriedly chased after him. Lu Li, wait, Lu Li, Tao Yuan hurriedly grabbed him. Long legs are so annoying. She can't even catch up to him. What are you doing? Are you going to perform another performance of throwing yourself at me? He looked at her sarcastically. His cold face revealed a little evil. In front of her and in front of others, he seemed to have a different face. Aren't you here to talk about the divorce? Did I say that? Tao Yuan thought about it. He really didn't mention it. It was all her assumptions. Looking at your behavior just now, you're afraid that I'm here to talk about the divorce. Since I'm not here to talk about the divorce, shouldn't you feel very lucky? Tao Yuan looked at him suspiciously, trying to see through that handsome face. However, his emotions were hidden very deeply. On the surface, there was a layer of indifference. The more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt. What exactly do you want? I've already said my purpose of coming here very clearly. You have ears, so you should have heard it clearly. Do you still want me to say it to you again? He also pressed her against the wall, his hand beside her ear, and his whole body was very close to her. Leaning against the wall. But this was not romantic at all. Tao Yuan wished that her whole body could melt into the wall, and she wished that she could disappear. If you want to say something, say it properly. Don't always be like this. If I don't say it to your ear, you can't seem to hear it clearly. The more she resisted, the tighter Luli pressed against her. The layer of red on her thin skin was very seductive. It made his throat throb and his mouth dry. Since you don't understand, then I'll emphasize it to you again. You're in charge of the Scenic View Villa project. I don't want to. I don't think this cooperation is necessary. Tao Yuan's tone was a little impatient. Not necessary. Go and ask your dad if it's necessary to make a profit of a few billion. He's been waiting so long for this. Strong sarcasm. We're going to get a divorce. It's better to cut off the business relationship between the two families, so as not to get involved. Tao Yuan even thought that this project was a conspiracy. When the time came, he would play some tricks to create a crisis. He could make the Tao Corporation go bankrupt in minutes, and even put Tao Yuanqing in jail. For someone as vengeful as him, there was nothing he couldn't do. Have you ever thought about it? Maybe I don't want to cut it off cleanly. His tall body pressed against her bit by bit, and he blew into her ear like a devil. Chapter 456. I thought you were very smart. You don't even know this. Tao Yuan used her remaining brain capacity to think hard, and her face gradually turned pale. You don't want to have a clean break. You don't want a divorce. That's right. Why? You've already caught me in Fong Yicheng. So what? Do you think I really care which man you sleep with? Hee hee. Don't be so full of yourself. Yes, any man would be unhappy if he's cuckolded. But I've thought about it. If I divorce you, wouldn't it be the same as helping you in Fong Yicheng? Would I do such a stupid thing? You've made me unhappy, so I'll make you even more unhappy. He said each word slowly, constantly pushing her into the abyss. As long as you're still married, you and Fong Yicheng will be considered as having an affair and will be scolded as a cheating couple. You have to do everything sneakily, not in the light, and always be on tenterhooks. Based on my understanding of you, you won't be able to have an affair with a straight face. He leaned closer to her, and against the light, his smiling eyes were like the dangerous pupils of a wild beast, glowing faintly and extremely cruel. He had an attitude of eating her up. If you want to steal, I can't stop you. But I can use marriage to drag you to death. Kick me and marry Fong Yicheng. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. I don't believe you can steal for the rest of your life. Not long after Tao Yuan returned to her room, Shen Xinhui came in with dessert. Where's Dad? The Scenic View Villa project has been approved. He's very happy and invited someone to play cards. He's been troubled by this matter for a while, and now it's finally over. Although Shen Xinhui said so, his expression was not relaxed. Oh, Tao Yuan replied. I still want to talk to him. What do you want to talk to him about? About the project. Shen Xinhui put the dessert aside and sat down. Why are you so nervous? Did something happen to ask me to come back for dinner? Shen Xinhui was a simple-minded person. She didn't hide anything from her daughter. She told her about her encounter with Su Baihe in the morning. Of course, she left out a lot of unpleasant words. You and that young master of the Fong family, that's a misunderstanding, right? I have a good relationship with him, but it's not what they think. Only then did Shen Xinhui heave a heavy sigh of relief. Then, she felt that it was funny. How could she not believe in her own daughter? Mom knew they were talking nonsense, but gossip is a fearful thing. Black can also be turned into white. Your situation in the Liu family is already very difficult, and now your mother-in-law still thinks that you have let Luli down. She will definitely find ways to make things difficult for you in the future. Then what should we do? Tao Yuan answered without hesitation. What else can we do? It's not a big deal. Divorce? Do you really want to divorce Luli? Shen Xinhui cried out in surprise. Tao Yuan nodded. That's what I thought, but it seems to be a bit difficult. I've been thinking about how to talk to you and Dad about this. I didn't expect that Luli would interfere and make things more troublesome. Don't you like him very much? Why do you want a divorce? Why else? No matter how much you like him, after a long time, your heart will be hurt, and you will want to give up in despair. It's fine if he is abroad, but now that he is back, we are still working in the same hotel. It's very inconvenient. It's better for both of us to get a divorce. It's been 4 years, and I really don't want to drag it on any longer. Shen Xinhui didn't have to consider the interests of the company as much as Tao Yuanxing. For her, her daughter's happiness was the most important. She had seen her daughter's difficulties over the years. Divorce was also a kind of relief. But I think Ali doesn't want to get a divorce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to talk to your father about the project. I know. Tao Yuan didn't want to explain the conspiracy to her so that she wouldn't worry. She forced a smile. Don't worry, I have a way. Actually, I think that if Ali doesn't want to get a divorce, it means that he still cares about you. You can try to give him a chance and look around. This society is very harsh to women. It doesn't matter if a man gets a divorce, but it's very difficult for a woman to remarry after a divorce. Even if you get married, your husband will still have a knot in his heart. Mom definitely doesn't want you to take this road. I know what you said, but, Tao Yuan sighed. Now she had to solve the problem of the project first. It was not the step of divorce for the time being. Now I can only take it one step at a time. The atmosphere in the conference room of the housekeeping department was very serious. Originally, Wednesday was just a routine meeting. Each group would roughly report the situation and end the meeting. But the situation was different when the president attended the meeting in person. This kind of small matter naturally didn't need the presence of a big shot like the president. Tao Yuan felt that Luli came for her. The relationship between the two of them was so stiff. Now every nerve of hers was very tense. Even the slightest movement of grass in the wind, she would be like a bird startled by the twang of a bough, always in a state of alert. When Luli browsed through the documents, everyone held their breath. After turning the last page, he raised his head and swept his sharp eyes over the whole room. This month, everyone has done well. Just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard him continue. However, the performance of the fifth group is not satisfactory. All eyes turned to Tao Yuan. She was originally excluded here, so everyone was gloating and waiting to see a good show. The other groups have very few complaints, but your group seems to be particularly outstanding. Faint sarcasm. Tao Yuan knew that he was deliberately targeting her, but she couldn't refute it. The complaint rate had always been a big headache for her. Her group was made up of young people. They had high standards but low skills and bad tempers. They always made all kinds of trouble. Some lost the guests' luggage, some quarreled with the guests. In short, it was endless trouble. She followed behind to clean up the mess, but how could she do it? But as the group leader, she definitely had to bear the responsibility. At this time, if she pushed the responsibility to her subordinates, it would only make her more incompetent. In the eyes of others, it would be sophistry and irresponsibility. It's my fault. I will try my best to correct it. In the hotel industry, service is the most important. If the service can't satisfy the guests, then even if your hotel's facilities are world-class, there won't be any repeat customers. Leader Tao, you have been in this industry for so many years, you should be very clear about this. Yes. Then you also know how serious it is to have a high complaint rate. Do you think that just saying that you will try your best to correct it will be enough to solve the problem? If you can't show me your determination, then how can I trust you? It was obvious that he was forcing her. Tao Yuan knew that no matter how much she said or how much she apologized, it would be useless. She made up her mind and met his sharp and clear eyes. If our group's complaint rate is still the highest next month, then I will resign. No one expected her to be so ruthless. But the CEO had already put her on the stage. Other than this guarantee, she seemed to have no other choice. The corner of Lu Li's mouth curled up, and he went along with her words. Since Leader Tao has such determination, then of course I will support you. Everyone here heard it very clearly. Go for it. The last sentence of encouragement did not have any meaning of encouragement. Instead, there was a hidden sense of schadenfreude. He had long understood Tao Yuan's ability. This hurdle might not be a problem for her. But on such an occasion, if he did not dampen her spirit, he would not feel comfortable. It was also good to embarrass her. After the meeting, Lu Li wanted to inspect the guest rooms. He asked Tao Yuan to accompany him by name. The reason was also very dignified. Originally, he had brought 2 assistants with him, but they were sent away halfway, leaving only the 2 of them. Passing by the presidential suite, Lu Li walked in. He was like an emperor on a tour, inspecting his own territory. Our presidential suite is cleaned by professionals every day and checked several times. There won't be any problems. Really? The man's beautiful eyebrows were stained with a hint of sarcasm. Such a guarantee from the leader of the problem team with the highest complaint rate does not seem to be convincing. Tao Yuan tolerated it. It is my problem. I will not escape. I also made a promise at the meeting just now. Oh. Are you thinking that after you are kicked out, you will complain to my father that I made things difficult for you? No, the responsibility is all mine. I will never shirk my responsibility. Ha, you say one thing and do another. You are the best. Anyway, she was in the wrong everywhere. There was no way to communicate with him. Tao Yuan glanced at her watch intentionally. CEO, it is getting late. Before she finished speaking, Lu Li glanced at her wrist. It was a Patek Philippe. It is a very beautiful watch. Who gave it to you? The sarcastic tone was obviously referring to Fang Yicheng, but he did not say it out loud. A man. Yes. She admitted it straightforwardly. Lu Li's face immediately darkened. It seems that Fang Yicheng is quite generous to you. It is not Fang Yicheng. It is a gift from my father. Lu Li was frustrated. She could have said from the beginning that it was a gift from his father. She deliberately did not say it because she wanted to embarrass him. What a cunning woman. Anyway, you are very good at dealing with men. It is not strange for any man to give it to you. Tao Yuan wanted to say that if she was good at dealing with men, she would not have been so stupid to love him for more than 10 years. She did not even get a good look from him. She was good at work. But when it came to love, she really wanted to cry for her stupidity. There was no point in bickering, so Tao Yuan just said, CEO, are you going back to work? Am I not working now? There are hundreds of suites in the hotel. You have checked all of them. You can't check them one by one. That is the basic situation. I have a meeting later. Could her intention to get rid of him be any more obvious? Lu Li thought unhappily. The more anxious she was, the more he would not let her get what she wanted. You are a team leader. How can you be busier than me, the CEO? That is not what I mean. We are just doing our jobs. I also have my own tasks. Everyone is working for the hotel, isn't it? I am working for the hotel. But I am afraid you are not only working for the hotel, right? There should be something more important than work here. Luli said meaningfully. He picked up a vase and played with it. His gaze fell on her and his smile was also ambiguous. Or, someone, CEO, have you done it with him here? The sudden question made Tao Yuan frown. What was he talking about? Chapter 457. This question was very insulting. Tao Yuan was annoyed. Aren't you missing the point? If the patrol is over, you must have been very free in the business department. What did you do with so much time at work? Of course it was work. The tasks in the previous department were even more important. I wish that I could use 24 hours a day as if it were 48 hours. It was not free at all. Oh. Really? I didn't know that you were the busiest person in the entire hotel. Luli smiled, put down the vase and walked slowly towards her. Even if it's just taking a break from work, it's very normal to have an affair in the hotel. You, Tao Yuan, really know how to find pleasure in your husband's hotel. Her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He clearly had such a handsome face, more charming than when he was young, but she felt that he was wearing the face of a devil. This made Tao Yuan feel disgusted. She hated every word that came out of his mouth. Every second that she spent with him was torture. It's working hours now. Work should be more valuable than my private life. If there's nothing else, then Before she could finish her words, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her over. Tao Yuan fell into his arms and her whole body trembled. What are you doing? I want you to answer me. Luli was very persistent with this question. His eyes were locked onto her, insisting on an answer. Tao Yuan felt that he was crazy. Moreover, she looked down on a man who was rough with a woman. Don't you think it's meaningless to discuss this during work hours? Since I've already admitted it, what's the difference where I steal? Don't try to brush me off. Yes or no? No. She bit her lip. You're lying. Why should I lie? There are so many hotels in Mo2 City. Do I have to steal this one? As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I have a brain too. Even if I want to steal, I won't do it at my workplace and find trouble for myself. So you still have a sense of shame. I thought you had forgotten everything you stole. Luli smiled deeply. She was dressed in work clothes and her hair was tied into a neat bun. She looked like a capable and experienced woman. She was unyielding and stubborn, but when she was angry, her cheeks were flushed. The conflict between the two made her exude a charming charm. You don't dare to do it with the adulterer here. Then I, as your husband, should be justified, right? Before Tao Yuan could understand what he meant, her lips were suddenly covered by his. The man pressed her against his body with one hand and held the back of her head with the other. He kissed her deeply and invaded her like a hot knife through butter. Ugh! You! Ugh! She struggled, stumbling back on all fours. She slammed into the wall and was immediately restrained by him, unable to move. At this moment, his sturdy iron arm had completely encircled her. The two of them were facing the door. The door was ajar and there were people walking around outside who could come in at any time. The flustered Tao Yuan struggled to break free from his lips. Then, he bit her neck fiercely. Luli, let go, she tried to wake him up. The door isn't closed. Her hands that were pressed against his chest tugged on his suit so tightly that it was twisted out of shape. She couldn't tell if she was trying to push him away or use his strength to maintain her balance. She was so nervous that her fingers turned white and trembled non-stop. Do you want to close the door and start slowly? His lips caressed her neck, sucking it lightly and heavily. That fair skin was already as red as fire, burning his mouth. Do you know what you're doing? Very clear. Very clear. His hoarse voice was taut and could explode at any time. When he hugged her and kissed her, Luli was extremely excited. His breath and his strength enveloped her, getting tighter and tighter. There was a kind of fear that she couldn't cry out for help. He bit her ear. As long as you do it once, I'll agree to the divorce. Even though Tao Yuan was dizzy from the heat, Luli's words were like a bomb that woke her up. She widened her eyes in shock, thinking that she had heard wrongly. As long as you do it once, I'll agree to the divorce. How about that? Luli's tone became more and more sentimental, like many small gears clamping on her ear. Her face became redder and redder. She was no longer as mature and stubborn as before. She was like a nervous and helpless little girl, making him want to swallow her up. Oh. She's really a vixen. After a short moment of shock, Tao Yuan's anger rose. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're doing? Of course I know. I'm willing to take responsibility for everything that I'm saying now. Tao Yuan was tormented. You want me? Are you sure? His rebuttal tone was sarcastic and mocking. With the little bit of rationality that she had left, she tried to use reverse psychology to find a way out. Don't you think it's dirty for an adulterous woman? Dirty? So what if it's dirty? You're the one who's dirty. Do you think I'll really mind playing with a chicken? You said that you won't touch me. You should just listen to what a man said. His body pressed down on her forcefully. My principle is that I'll do whatever I want. He chuckled in her ear. But it's okay. There are many obedient women. It should be fun to force myself on you. He was simply a devil. Tao Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears. She had no way out and her heart was filled with fear. He clearly hated her, didn't he? Why did he keep pestering her? Such intimate contact was foreign to her. It was full of humiliation. The next second, her body flew up and was pinned to the wall by him. The feeling of being off the ground became more and more uneasy. She struggled and pushed in vain. Their faces were so close, and their eyes were only separated by a pair of eyelashes. He could clearly see every terrified expression on her face and enjoyed it very much. What beautiful lips. They didn't have lipstick on, but they were pink and tender like a layer of honey. They were so soft and tasted as sweet as a peach. The passionate kiss just now had almost taken his soul. A man's body and mind could be separated. He clearly hated her to the point of wanting her dead, but his body was firmly attached to her and couldn't stop. A man like him was used to being in control, whether it was in his career or between men and women. He despised men who were obsessed with sex the most. They couldn't even control the lowest level and were no different from salted fish. But as soon as he met her, he became the salted fish he despised the most. Even when he was with Gu Yanran, he hadn't been so violent. This kind of loss of control made Luli despise him, but it also made him extremely excited. It was as if he was on drugs, and his brain was in a state of extreme excitement. Your voice is so beautiful. I like your voice. He pressed down on her slender shoulders and licked his lips. He seemed to be licking her lips. Tao Yuan was on the verge of tears. She was out of breath. Is it fun to humiliate me like this? Of course it is. Can't you see that I'm enjoying it? But I don't just want to humiliate you. You're being taught very well now. Did Fang Yicheng teach you that? Isn't this called the predecessor planting trees for the posterity to enjoy? Lu Li's nose opened and closed. He became more and more excited, and his arms turned red. Should I thank him? Don't you want a divorce? Just once, and I'll let you go. How about that? His tight throat squeezed out a low voice. You. Don't even think about it, why not? Lu Li looked at her pink lips in fascination. He was in a daze. You can get rid of me once. It's a good deal no matter how I look at it. Anyway, you've already done it with him countless times. For a woman, 3 times, 4 times, 100 times, what's the difference? Anger drilled straight into Tao Yuan's head. I don't want to do it with someone who makes me sick. No matter how disgusting it is, I'm still your husband. Your freedom is still tied to my hands. While I'm still a little interested in you, you'd better be sensible and seize the opportunity. The project of Scenic View Villa is about to start. It's impossible for your Tao group to take it over. If anything goes wrong, Tao Yuanqing can only spend the rest of his life in prison. All these years, he has been living a comfortable life relying on our Lu family. If you let him go to prison, he will choose to commit suicide. This knife was given to him by you, his daughter. Do you have the heart to do it? Tao Yuan's ears were buzzing. She knew this was a trap set by him. Lu Li was a man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. How could he allow a woman to leave after betraying him? He would not stop until he dragged her whole family down with him. This is a grudge between us. The person who betrayed you is me. It has nothing to do with my family. You are a man, so don't use those crooked ways. Otherwise, you will only be looked down upon. Lu Li was amused when he saw her heroic look. Do you think you'll look down on me if I don't deal with Tao Yuanqing? If you put me in your eyes, you wouldn't have cheated unscrupulously under my nose. Even after being caught by me, you didn't feel ashamed at all. I have to say that your skin is really thick to a certain extent. Tao Yuan retorted. I'm just learning from you. When you and those new lovers were in the headlines, didn't you also treat me as your wife? Compare with me. Are you qualified to compare with me? It was you who pestered me to marry you. It was not me who insisted on marrying you. Now that you've found the next one, you can't wait to dump me. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? We've been husband and wife for 4 years. I only want you for one night. It's not too much. What kind of ability is it to force a woman like this? Where's your etiquette, President Liu? If you have the ability, let's have a fair contest with your strength. What you said reminds me that I haven't settled this account with your adulterer. If I want to kill an idiot who follows behind a woman all day long, it's no different from killing an ant. Tao Yuan's face turned pale. What do you want to do? It's none of his business. He slept with my wife. Do you think it's none of his business? You're responsible for being cheap, but if you can't clap, he can't get away with it. Lu Li's hot breath ignited a trace of anger. Chapter 458. I'm not your woman, you're not. Do you need me to throw the marriage certificate in your face before you admit it? Lu Li smiled gently. He tightened his grip on her hand and pushed it deeper into her body. Why? Are you afraid? Don't you love him very much? Then, let's see how much you can sacrifice for him. He pinched her face that was trying to avoid him, pinched her chin with his fingers, and forced her to look at him. Use your body to prove your love. The man's reaction was faster than a beast's. He lowered his head and bit her neck. Tao Yuan's eyes widened. The fear in her eyes was magnified several times. She struggled desperately like a drowning person. She used her slender body to hit him and push him. No, let go of me. Lu Li, let go of me, Let go, you lunatic. Knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. But Luli didn't hear it. Zhou Xingyang walked in and saw this scene. Luli pressed Tao Yuan against the wall and kissed her forcefully. The kiss was very intense, and the air was burning. Even a man like Zhou Xingyang, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but gasp and blush. Tao Yuan sensed his presence and was about to cry. Luli, you stop, someone. His sharp vampire-like fangs wrapped around her neck and his breath was hot. Luli stopped what he was doing. Tao Yuan took the chance to break free and ran to the side. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. His gloomy eyes fell on Zhou Xingyang. He had a feeling that he was in trouble. Well, he didn't break in on purpose. He was just checking the room. How did it turn into such a passionate, erotic? Did the CEO have such a good appetite during the day? Zhou Xingyang coughed awkwardly. Well, I did knock on the door. Luli tidied up his shirt. Tao Yuan had been messed up by him, but he was still well dressed. He looked calm and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. What is it? Her cold voice revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. The old CEO is here. He's in your office. Got it. I'll be right there. I am leaving too. Tao Yuan wanted to escape. Come with me. Was it appropriate for her to be like this? Luli was the first to leave. When he passed by her, he suddenly said something. You only have one chance. If you don't want it, then you better be able to bear the consequences, because I definitely won't be soft-hearted. Lu Yenting had already brewed some tea and was waiting in his office. He was already middle-aged, but he was still full of energy. It was just that his heart was not too good, so after Luli returned to China, he handed over the entire hotel to him. Seeing Tao Yuan come in, he said. I called you just now, but you didn't answer. Yes, I'm patrolling the room. Tao Yuan lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes. Her face must be very red now, and her lips were still swollen. It would be very easy for people to see through her. Luli was much calmer than her, as if that intense kiss had never happened. What's the matter? Next week is the hotel's 20th anniversary. I'm planning to hold a large-scale celebration. This is the biggest event of the year. Prepare well, and it will be as grand as you want it to be. Luli nodded. Other than that, this time is also my and Tao Yuan's 4th wedding anniversary. I'm planning to hold it together. Tao Yuan immediately looked up in shock. Lu Yenting was also very surprised. 4 years of marriage. Luli spent 3 years abroad, and he did not like Tao Yuan, so it was almost a marriage of convenience. He had put in a lot of effort, but he could only barely maintain this marriage. He did not expect that Luli would take the initiative to hold a wedding anniversary. Why do you suddenly have this idea? He still had some doubts. The timing coincides, so let's do it together. I just took over the hotel, and many of the directors and executives are not familiar with me yet. Coupled with those scandals, they will definitely have a bad impression of me. This is a good opportunity to clear their misunderstanding. This excuse sounded dignified, but Tao Yuan knew very well that it was not as simple as using her to clear his name. If Luli cared about other people's opinions, there would not be so many scandals. Obviously, he wanted everyone to see who Mrs. Tao was and use the public's attention and public opinion to seal her. What a sinister man! Without waiting for Lu Yenting to speak, she said impatiently. I don't think it's necessary. The anniversary is a company event, and there's no need to mix it with the wedding anniversary. It's precisely because Luli is the CEO that it's better to be clear about public and private matters. As for clearing up the misunderstanding, the innocent will be innocent. It's superfluous to explain, and people will think that it's an act. Who didn't know that their marriage had long existed in name, and people would laugh at them behind their backs if they openly showed off their love? She did not want to be a clown. In contrast to her serious look, Luli smiled. Isn't the position of Mrs. CEO what you've always wanted? What was the point of hiding it now? Who are you trying to hide it from? There was a hint of sarcasm. I'm not trying to hide it, I just don't think it's necessary. Tao Yuan was a little unsure. It's not like the people in the hotel don't know about our relationship. Why do we need to hold a wedding anniversary with such great fanfare? You can't say that. The marriage of a wealthy family is not just a matter of two people, it also represents the image of the entire Liu family in Wilton. The wedding anniversary is equivalent to a form of publicity. Otherwise, why would public relations be so important? But, alright, stop arguing. Liu Yanting interrupted her. Since Ali has decided to do it, then let's do it. He must have his reasons. Tao Yuan knew that Liu Yanting was the kind of person who would not make a decision easily, and once he had made up his mind, he would not change his mind easily. The Scenic View Villa project, and now it was the wedding anniversary. Luli was forcing her to the road of no return. For the next few days, Tao Yuan tried to stop the Scenic View Villa project and the wedding anniversary party, but there was no progress at all. There was a sense of crisis, as if the arrow on the bow had to be released. She felt helpless. At the airport, the marble floor was shiny and there were people coming and going. A tall beauty with short red hair dragged her suitcase out of the gate. She was wearing a large white down jacket, a pink turtleneck sweater and jeans, sexy and full of vitality. Even the bulky down jacket could not hide her slim figure. Coupled with her height of 1.75 m, she stood out like a crane among chickens, and everyone could not help but take a second look. Tao Yuan immediately hung up the phone and went up to her. The two of them hugged each other passionately. Yuan, I missed you so much. Me too, long time no see. Tao Yuan was so excited that her eyes were a little red. Pan Chi was also very excited. Yeah, it's been 5 years, right? I've been in Spain all this time, and you never came to play with me. I missed you so much. My beauty, you've become even more beautiful. Pfft, how can I be as beautiful as you? The entire airport is looking at you. This was not a lie at all. Back then, Pan Chi was the school belle, very famous in the entire Ink Rabbit City University, with countless suitors. The two of them were university classmates and best friends. Although they had not seen each other for a few years, they had always been in contact online, so their relationship was still very good. Now that they met again, they were not unfamiliar at all. Old friends reunited, Tao Yuan was indescribably happy, the corners of her eyes were smiling. There had been too many troubles recently, the only good thing was that her best friend had returned to China. The two women chatted on the way. Where to now? Send you home. It's only 10, what's the point of going home so early? Let's go to a bar. Tao Yuan could not help but laugh. You still like to hang out at night, you just came back and you're already so restless. Of course, every time I go to a country, I will first ask which bar is the most famous. I heard that Ink Rabbit City has a bar called Night Color that is very famous, let's go there. Tao Yuan usually did not go to that kind of place, but since her best friend was interested, of course she would accompany to the end. Okay. Night Color Bar. At 10 o'clock, there were already a lot of people. The bar was very noisy, and there were all kinds of people. There were beauties with heavy makeup, young men hunting, and mature career men here to relax. In an open private room in the corner of the bar, there were two very handsome men sitting there. Fortunately, the light in the corner was very dim, so it was not easy to notice them, which prevented many women from hitting on them. There were 2 empty whiskey bottles on the table. Lin Yuqing crossed his legs and looked at Lu Li coldly as he drank. He waited until Lu Li was almost done before he asked. "You drank so much, are you in a bad mood?" Lu Li did not speak, pulled off his tie and threw it aside, poured a glass of iced whiskey, and drank it in one gulp. "Work? Oh, I don't think so. You are a top student of MBA, what can be difficult for you? Then is it a woman?" Lin Yuqing found it funny himself and shook his head. "Not really, you have been so popular recently, it's either a female star or a model. You are not lonely at all, there is no woman you can't handle. Is it a man? Are you worried about coming out of the closet?" Ha ha ha. Lu Li ignored his nonsense, looked at the glass in his hand, and frowned. "Have you ever experienced this feeling? You obviously don't want it, but you still feel unhappy when it is taken away by someone else. Yes, this is called a deep-rooted bad habit, not only women, but also men. Otherwise, why would there be a saying, tasteless, a pity to throw away? It's fine if you don't care about it, but if it is taken away by someone else, you will definitely feel uncomfortable." He added in his heart, "Moreover, you are such a possessive person, Lu Li. It would be strange if you did not sleep with her. Wait, you are not talking about your wife, are you?" Lu Li immediately glanced at him coldly, and Lin Yuqing chuckled. "I saw the video on the internet, the one between you and Fang Yicheng. Everyone said that you were fighting over a small model, how is that possible? Your wife was there too, so I knew what was going on. The last time our company held an exhibition at Wilton Hotel, it happened that your wife and Fang Yicheng were in charge. At that time, I felt that he was very attentive to your wife. He was with her every day, even buying her lunch, it was like a boyfriend taking care of his girlfriend." Lu Li's face darkened. Chapter 459. In the noisy environment, the cold voice that came from the cold lips was still as cold as a bayonet. "And you actually didn't mention a word to me." Lin Yuqing laughed awkwardly. That, aren't you abroad? And you don't have a good relationship with her, so I thought, you didn't care. I didn't want to disturb you with such a small matter." It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but the man's face dropped a few degrees. "You think my wife's affair is a small matter? But you have never treated her as your wife. She is just a meaningless person. You will never put your mind on things that you don't care about, so I think, you don't care." Yes, he should not care, but why did he still care so much? Lu Li thought in his heart. This was probably what he meant by bad habits. Was it that simple? If your parents arranged a business marriage for you with a strange woman in the future, and she cheated, would you still be so calm? Of course not. If anyone dares to touch my woman, I will make his 8 generations of ancestors go to hell. Lin Yuqing said fiercely. Noble young masters like them were all overbearing and arrogant in their bones. They would rather betray the world than let anyone betray them. A man's dignity is one thing, but I don't think that's all you have. If it was purely revenge, you wouldn't be so upset. Could it be that you have fallen for her? You were very disdainful before, but now that you look back, you think she's not bad. Actually, it's very normal. The last time I saw her, I was also shocked. She is a completely different person. You know, I'm not just talking about the change in appearance, but the temperament. In the past, she was always a yes man, but now she is much more confident. She is completely a strong woman, and even I find her very attractive. Lin Yuqing scratched his head after being glared at by the knife eyes again. I didn't mean that. I mean, personal charm, not the charm of a woman. Don't misunderstand. I can't bully my friend's wife. I still have this bit of integrity. Isn't that your wife? Lu Li looked in the direction that Lin Yuqing was pointing. In the flickering light, he actually saw Tao Yuan. She was sitting intimately with another man. Anger immediately rushed to his brain. Lin Yuqing saw that someone's face had turned green. At the bar. In an open private room. Pan Chi ordered a large box of beer, and Tao Yuan's eyes were glued to it. So much wine, can you finish it? You still don't believe in my tolerance. I can drink more than a man. Pan Chi opened the bottle cap with one hand and gulped down half a bottle. Wow, this feels great. Domestic beer is still the best. I'm really not used to Spanish beer. Cheers. 2 beer bottles clashed together. As the two of them talked about their relationship, Pan Chi screamed excitedly after hearing what Tao Yuan said. Do you really want a divorce? Yes, that's what I thought, but the situation is very troublesome now. Whether we can leave or not is another matter. It's very troublesome. Let's not talk about whether you can leave or not. I'm already very happy that you have this awareness. You're smart and have good grades, but you're so stupid when it comes to liking Lu Li. You've liked him since junior high, but he doesn't even care about you. He's so bad to you, and he even hooks up with your best friend. I don't know what's wrong with you. It's been more than 10 years, my lady, you've wasted more than 10 years of your youth on him. I thought you were destined to fall into his hands. Now it's all good, you're finally awake. It's not easy. Tao Yuan smiled bitterly. Yes, the whole world knew that she was asking for humiliation and suffering. She also knew that, but she still couldn't get over it. She was the kind of stupid woman who wouldn't turn back until she hit the wall. Now that the pain was enough, and she also knew that it was time to let go, she didn't know whether to say that it was funny or lucky. Do you remember that you invited me to be your bridesmaid at your wedding? I said that you're jumping into a fire pit, and you won't be happy. You can call me when you get married again. At that time, you were very unhappy and said that it was impossible for me to get married again. Now it proves that I was right, right? If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer. Everyone gets married with the intention to spend the rest of their lives together. Who would think of getting married again when they're married? I know, but marrying the right person is a good marriage. Marrying the wrong person is equivalent to courting death. Sigh, I'm not mocking you. I'm just feeling sorry for you. You've wasted so much of your youth. But that's all in the past. What's important now is that you finally understand. Look, you're only 25. It's not too late to start your life anew. What's more, you have both intelligence and beauty. Wouldn't it be easy for you to get that man? That Fong family's young master likes you so much. Won't you consider it? I've seen some news about him. He used to be quite a playboy, but for you, he didn't look for another woman for 2 years. That's enough determination, right? The Fong family was rich, and he was handsome. Well, although he wasn't as handsome as Lu Li, he was good enough. Lu Li was handsome, but so what? If it's not good for you, it's all bullshit. He and I can only be friends. Tao Yuan spoke her mind in front of Pan Chi. I don't have feelings for him. Oh, then there's really no other way. But it's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but 2-legged men are everywhere. Pan Chi pulled Tao Yuan into her arms. Look, there are so many men here. You can have anyone you want. Don't you get excited just thinking about it? I'm not as picky as you. You deserve to be a virgin. Tao Yuan's face paled. She still didn't know that she was raped. I'm going to dance. Are you coming? I'm not going. It's not comfortable to be squeezed. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Pan Chi went by herself. She took off her sweater and wore suspenders like a demon. Soon, she was surrounded by a few men, and she danced with them. After all, Pan Chi had lived abroad for a few years, and she was more passionate and bold. She was not shy at all when it came to men and women. Tao Yuan knew that she couldn't do it. After a while, a very handsome man sat down next to her. "Hi, are you alone?" Tao Yuan had encountered such obvious pickup lines in the bar several times, and she didn't like it very much. "No, I'm with a friend." "Oh. Where's your friend?" Tao Yuan looked at the dance floor. Pan Chi was gone. She might have gone to the bathroom. Actually, friends is just an excuse. You're not used to being hit on, right? I can tell that you rarely come to the bar to play. Not many. The man sat closer, and a smell of perfume went into Tao Yuan's nose. She was not interested in men wearing perfume, but fortunately, it was a high-quality perfume, and it smelled quite good, so she didn't dislike it. "I've been playing in the bar for a few years, and I've seen a lot of girls like you." "Oh. It sounds like you know a lot about women." "Of course, I can't say much about other things, but when it comes to women, there aren't many people who know women better than me." Tao Yuan was bored anyway, so she asked curiously. "Then tell me, what kind of women come to the bar?" "Ordinary white-collar workers, who come here to relax under the pressure of work. Housewives who don't have a good life, and rich women who come to look for ducks. The bar is a small society, and there are all kinds of people." Tao Yuan tilted her head. "It sounds like women are all miserable." He shrugged his shoulders. "Aha. In the end, it's all men's fault. Women just need love. When they can't get it, they can only seek it in other ways. Happy marriages are all the same. But unhappy marriages are different in their own way. Then tell me, which one am I?" The man sat closer again, almost sticking to her body, and leaned over to breathe hot air into her ear. "You are a mystery, a woman that I can't understand." His right hand landed on her thigh. The green light swept over his face. His face was very seductive, and his eyes were captivating. Tao Yuan couldn't help but be curious. "What exactly do you do?" "Your friend doesn't want me to tell you, but I can't help but be honest with you." As he looked at her, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and pressed it under the glass. "Paper? What did paper mean?" "Duck?" Tao Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Pan Chi actually found her a duck. "Sorry, my friend was just joking with me." "I don't need that." Tao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Do you have a prejudice against our industry? Do you think that we are dirty because we take money? Just like men looking for chickens?" "That's not what I meant." "I know what you're thinking. Your thinking is too narrow-minded. We not only satisfy women's physical needs, but also comfort the wounds in their hearts. I've just said that women need love. They need to be cared for and held in the palm of a man's hand. Even if it's bought with money, the feeling at that moment is the most important. I admit that your words are very convincing, but I don't like this kind of illusory thing. If I just need to be loved, that's easy, but I need the person I love to love me. You can think of me as that person. I can imitate him." The man probably didn't like to be rejected, so he was eager to promote himself. He was already a little on top of her. Tao Yuan knew that it was time for her to escape, so she stopped him with one hand. "I really don't need it. I'm sorry to have wasted your time. I'll pay you however much you want." "I don't want money, I want you." Did he still have any professional ethics? It's fine if the duck wanted money, but he also wanted her. "I'm leaving, please move away. I'll make you very satisfied, I can't." Before the man could finish his words, he was pulled out by a brute force and received a heavy punch on his face. "Luli." Tao Yuan stood up anxiously. She thought to herself that she was really unlucky to meet him here. Lu Li's face turned green, wishing that he could chop him into pieces. One punch wasn't enough, and he wanted to rush forward again. Tao Yuan stood in front of him and pushed him away. What are you doing? Why do you hit people so easily? This scene was so familiar. When he beat up Fang Yicheng, she also stopped him like this. She always protected her men and never considered his feelings. The overwhelming anger made Lu Li go crazy. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were bulging. Chapter 460. She could not explain herself in such a situation. It's not what you think. You've been caught by me and you still want to quibble. I know you have more than one man besides Fang Yicheng. Why? Can't you stand the loneliness? Can Fang Yicheng not satisfy you? Someone had noticed the situation and went to call security. Tao Yuan felt very embarrassed. Let's go. King kill him. Lu Li swung his fists and was about to rush up again. The man shrank back in fear. I didn't know she had a husband. She didn't tell me either. How dare you pretend to be single? Lu Li was even more furious. When I was not around, you came to the bar every day to look for men. Is that true? I didn't. It's not like that, sister-in-law. Isn't it wrong of you? Lin Yuqing mocked sarcastically. You should at least have some integrity as a married woman. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. In the first year of their marriage, Lu Li spent every day outside drinking and it was always with Lin Yuqing. What right did he have to say that she had no integrity? The way he called her sister-in-law was really sarcastic. He replied instinctively. This is between us. You don't need to butt in. For a moment, Lin Yuqing was speechless. It seemed that she had not only matured, but also grown thorns. If it was in the past, she would definitely be a yes man and cry. Once a woman changed her face, it was too scary. No wonder Lu Li was so annoyed by her now. It was terrible. Lu Li was also a man who cared about his reputation. He did not want to look like a jealous husband in front of so many people, especially his own brother. He dragged Tao Yuan away savagely. The business car sped away. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressive, like a time bomb that could explode at any time. It was also like the eve of a storm. The quieter it was, the more terrifying it was. Tao Yuan was very afraid of taking fast cars. Coupled with Lu Li's current emotional state, she was afraid of a car accident. But she didn't show any weakness to him. She held on to the seat belt tightly and didn't say a word. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. It was torturous, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Lu Li's expression was terrifying from start to finish. His eyes were filled with storm-like rage. Tao Yuan couldn't bear it and couldn't help but say. The bar is a public place after all. Don't you think it's too much for you to go crazy in front of so many people? I'm going too far. You were the one who cheated. Why didn't you say that you went too far when you were looking for a partner? That's my business. Not many people know me, but you're different. You're so famous, and everyone pays close attention to your every move. You don't want to embarrass the Lu family, do you? Lu Li glared at her in disbelief. When did this damned woman become so shameless? She was the one who had made a mistake, but she didn't have the slightest hint of guilt on her face. Instead, she blamed him. Did you have sex with that man? He squeezed the question out of his mouth with great difficulty. Every word he said was filled with deep hatred. No. Do you think I'll believe you? Do you think I'm a fool? Tao Yuan was exasperated. He was always like this. Every time he asked her, she would deny it, and he would say that she was playing with him. Was he a psychopath? No matter what she answered, it would be wrong. Since you've already made up your mind, why bother asking me? No matter what I say, it's all sophistry. You can think whatever you want. Luli was so angry that his face turned green. Are you really that shameless? These 4 words were like a whip to Tao Yuan's face, causing her to feel a burning pain. She thought that she didn't care, but her heart still tightened suddenly. He saw that scene just now. She wouldn't be able to explain herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. On second thought, perhaps this was an opportunity. Composing herself, Tao Yuan put on her mask of indifference and the corner of her mouth twitched coldly. You said that I'm shameless, but how much better are you? Aren't you still rolling around in bed with different women every day? What did I say? Since you've caught me, then I have nothing to deny. Yes, I'm looking for a woman. You've been away for 3 years. Do you think that a young woman will be willing to be a widow for you? I'm a woman. I need to be loved by a man, even if it's fake. I enjoy the feeling of being loved and cared for. You can't give it to me, but there are plenty of men who are willing to give it to me. It was the first time that Luli had met someone who was so righteous and spoke so righteously. His chest felt as if it had been hit by a hammer, and it hurt. In the past 3 years, we haven't seen each other even once. I've never called you either. I've never disturbed your life, haven't I? After you came back, I didn't ask about your past. Including the women you've been dating, I've never asked about them. So I thought that we formed a tacit understanding between us. Why are you blaming me now? His temples were throbbing violently. Luli felt that his brain was about to explode. So it makes sense for you to have an affair, right? There's no reason to talk about feelings. You just have to follow your heart. The reason why you're so furious is only because your pride can't take it. But in this world, Luli isn't the only one with pride. I have it too. But it's like holding a cup of hot water. No matter how much you like it, after a long time, you'll naturally let go of it when it's too hot. I can do it, and so can you. After marriage, we play our own lives and don't interfere with each other. It's not a big deal in a rich marriage. Tao Yuan said a lot in one breath. She was panting slightly. She had a glib tongue in the business world. But in front of Luli, it took a lot of courage to say these words. These were not her true words at all. She was not good at acting as a bad woman. She was just putting up a strong front. Moreover, she had to pretend that she didn't care. It required a strong psychological quality. I cheated, and you want to cheat too. Is this your revenge? Luli sneered contemptuously. The anger in his eyes was undisguised. Our marriage has never been equal. What right do you have to take revenge on me? You think too much. I don't care that much about you. I said that I just follow my heart. My body needs a man, so I go find a man. My heart needs a man, so I go find a man. It's that simple. I'm not a nun without 7 emotions and 6 desires. The car braked sharply. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a fierce sound. Tao Yuan's whole body swayed. Just now, she thought that she was going to die. She became emotional. What are you doing? You said so much just to complain to me that I didn't have sex with you, right? I didn't satisfy you, so you settled for the second best and sought comfort from other men. Is that it? In the face of his ugly sarcasm, Tao Yuan raised her neck and looked at him. You're too self-righteous. I don't need you at all. Don't need me. Don't need you to pester me for more than 10 years. Luli, on the other hand, smiled at her annoyed look and pressed his body against hers. In the past, what did you say when you begged me? You said that I'm the only one you love in this life. You said that you're willing to die for me. Tao Yuan narrowed her eyes. Those unbearable memories were now a great irony. In the past, she loved him so much that she didn't care about anything else. Even if he asked her to jump off a building, she wouldn't even consider it. She also committed suicide for him. But now, she couldn't wait for him to die. The stronger the love in the past, the more heart-piercing the hatred now. Everyone has stupid times. The current you doesn't have any attraction for me at all. Any other man is much better than you. Really? Are you sure? No matter how she pretended, he still saw through the fear in her eyes and kept suppressing it. Are you sure that those repulsive people are better than me? One is a sissy who follows you around every day, and the other is a prostitute that can be bought with money. You say they are better than me. What right do you have to insult people like this? No matter how bad they are, they're still 10,000 times better than a vicious man like you. At least, they didn't give their wives to others to be raped. You, who did such a thing, are the worst. Do you still have the right to criticize others? Don't take it personally and treat yourself as my husband. In the past, you never took me seriously. Now, I won't care about your feelings even if I cheat on someone. I've already said, if you can't stand it, then divorce. Don't be so sloppy. You're not a man. I'm not a man. Her words successfully angered him. Then I'll show you what a real man is like. Luli, let go of me. Tao Yuan reached out to push him, but his movements were as swift as a cheetah. He quickly grabbed both her wrists with one hand and pulled them above her head. Her body was tied up by the seatbelt, so she couldn't move at all. But she still refused to give in to him. Her petite body continued to struggle, and her back was straight, as if she wanted to perish together with him. Let go, don't touch me, you really act like a chaste woman, but women who look for prostitutes are not good people either. Then you touch a woman who has looked for a prostitute. What good thing are you, Luli? Aren't you afraid of getting infected? I don't mind giving it a try. He bit down on her lips, forcefully nibbling on them, savagely prying open her lips. His kiss was as intense as a storm. Tao Yuan's body was squeezed into a ball, and her hands were restrained by him. She was as pitiful and helpless as a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board. She tried her best to escape, but she couldn't get rid of him. His hand covered her chest, and his 5 fingers squeezed and squeezed, venting his anger. It hurt so much that she was speechless. But she didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain. Her tongue was tightly entangled by him and kept twisting. They were on the streets. Although the people outside couldn't see what was happening inside, she still felt very embarrassed. Tao Yuan wanted to die at this moment. Knock knock, knock knock, there was the sound of knocking on the car window. Luli let go of her, panting. His nose was stuck to the tip of her nose, and he was still panting like a wolf. His nose opened and closed, and all that came out was fire. Chapter 461. She was obviously a promiscuous man, but where did her pride come from? Could it be that all the men in the world could do it, but he, the husband, could not? I will settle this score with you sooner or later. He said angrily, sat up straight and rolled down the window. A hint of amazement flashed across the male traffic policeman's eyes. Sir, you can't park here. Tao Yuan took the opportunity to unbuckle her seatbelt and ran away without looking back. Luli did not even have time to catch her, and he frowned gloomily. She wanted to escape, but could she? At first, Tao Yuan was just jogging, but in the end, she was afraid that he would catch up, so she ran as if she was running for her life, especially into the alleys. Wearing a pair of heels, she ran a few streets and finally stopped, panting, and leaned against the door of a shop to rest. Suddenly, she twisted her foot. The heel of the shoe was broken. The heel of this pair of shoes was very special, and it could not be found on the market. It was probably impossible to repair. She thought to herself that she had spent half a month's salary to buy it. Anyway, nothing good would come out of meeting Luli. Oh, no, it was terrible. They had only known each other for a few days, and they had already made such a mess. In the future. She had a headache every time she thought about it. Divorce was like an endless road, and so far, she could not see any hope. She did not sleep well that night, and she had recurring nightmares. The next day at work, Tao Yuan was dispirited, and she made a few mistakes. She patrolled the office with a few subordinates, and they were reporting to her, but she could not hear a word, and her ears were buzzing non-stop. Let's call it a day, we will deal with the rest tomorrow. She wanted to go to the restaurant to get a cup of coffee, but before she left the room, she heard them talking. What's wrong with her? Doesn't she usually work hard for Sanyang? She can't do this or that, and she always has a lot of things to do. She doesn't seem to be herself today. She didn't sleep well last night, right? She has to take care of her husband and her boss. How can she have time to sleep? Oh, that's right. Look at her dark circles, I don't know if she slept last night or not. That's possible. They don't even think it's dirty. Ha 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 ha, Tao Yuan did not take these words to heart. Anyway, wherever there were women, there would be rumors. No matter how well they did, they wouldn't be able to shut their mouths. They could say whatever they wanted. Darling, Pan Chi jogged over, still brimming with enthusiasm. She liked to wear bright and vibrant colors, either bright red or bright green, which was very eye-catching. However, she had an excellent temperament, so even if she wore colorful clothes, it was not gaudy. Instead, it had a unique charm. Why are you here? I came to play with you. Pan Chi held her arm affectionately. Tao Yuan was wearing flat shoes, while Pan Chi was wearing high-heeled shoes that were more than 10 centimeters high. She was almost 1.9 meters tall, which made Tao Yuan look even more cute and lovable. I'm at work. I know, I won't disturb you. Anyway, there's still an hour before we get off work. Let's go eat together. By the way, haven't you been working here for a few years? How could he be a mere customer service team leader? I seem to have heard that you are a manager in the business department. Tao Yuan did not have that much time to sigh, so she just said it lightly. It's a long story. Let's not talk about it. Even if you don't say it, I know it must be your husband's doing. He's so hateful. When are you guys getting divorced? Shoo, lower your voice. Tao Yuan made a shushing gesture. Only the two of us know about this. Don't talk about it outside. Aren't I worried about you? Such dark circles. Did you not sleep last night? Looks like there's a chance, hee hee hee. Who asked you to find a man for me? Is it written on my face that I need a man? Just like flowers need to be nourished by rain, women need to be nourished by men. You don't need to say it, I understand you. Tao Yuan shook her head. You're too reckless. You almost killed me yesterday. What's wrong? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, don't make such jokes in the future, or else I'll cut ties with you. Alright, I'm just teasing you. I know you're a reserved lady. Pan Chi continued to tease her. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a gloomy man walking towards her. Isn't that your husband? No matter how clearly Pan Chi could distinguish right from wrong, she was still a woman. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Damn, he's too damn handsome. Luli was born with a halo around him. He was popular in the whole school and was known as the most handsome male god in history. Moreover, he was not just handsome. He was from a first-class family and was smart. He was #1 in all subjects, including sports. He was also the captain of the basketball team. He was a perfect existence. Anyway, in her words, this kind of man was born to harm women. No wonder Tao Yuan loved him like a drug for so many years. After a few years, he had matured even more. Dressed in a tailored suit, he was tall and muscular. He was clearly a walking hormone. His eyes were long and slender, and his gaze was as black as ink. They exuded a sense of arrogance, and were the most charming. Tao Yuan was shocked. She wanted to pull Pan Chi away, but Pan Chi took the initiative to run over. "Hey, isn't this Prince Charming Lu? Long time no see." Lu Li had Tao Yuan in his memory. Naturally, he also had Pan Chi. The two of them were as close as Siamese twins. He hated this woman very much. "Do you still remember a small fry like me?" "Ha, it doesn't matter. As your schoolmate, I have to congratulate you. Congratulations on your divorce." Of all people, she had to provoke Lu Li. Wasn't she courting death? Lu Li's face darkened slightly. He glanced at Tao Yuan coldly. Did she announce the divorce to the world? She was very determined. Yuan even invited me to be your maid of honor. I said, "Boss Lu doesn't want to marry you. Why do you have to throw yourself at him? Aren't you looking for trouble? You can invite me on your second marriage." "See, am I right? I just came back and you are getting divorced. What a coincidence. Marriage is a consensual thing. It's not good for anyone to drag it out. When you guys get divorced, you can go find your first love. How great is that? As for our Yuan, you don't have to worry about her. She's pretty and capable. She can get any man she wants with just a word. Even the Fong family's young master is mesmerized by her." Pan Chi. Tao Yuan motioned for her to stop, but she ignored her. "Also, we went to the bar last night. A lot of men tried to hit on her. I even picked a handsome guy for her. You don't mind, do you?" "Pan Chi," Tao Yuan almost screamed. "You found that duck for her?" Lu Li asked in a low voice. So, she didn't find it herself. This thought made him heave a sigh of relief. Pan Chi wondered how he knew it was a duck. But she didn't care. As long as she could provoke him, she became more energetic. "Yes. I found it. He said that Yuan is beautiful and doesn't need money. Boss Lu, you look so pale. It's like a big green, so green. When did Miss Pan start a pimp business?" Lu Li said sarcastically. "I was educated not to argue with women. But I have my bottom line. So, don't use your ignorance to provoke me. Otherwise, there will be people who will bear the consequences for you." Pan Chi's heart trembled. Was he threatening her? She really couldn't stand his arrogance. But this man had a majestic aura that made her not dare to be rude again. Besides, whether Tao Yuan and I divorce is between us. You don't need to worry about it as an outsider. As long as we are still married, I have the right to restrain her, including her friends. I don't approve of her being friends with a person with a bad character." Pan Chi pointed at her own nose angrily. "You said my character is bad. How is my character bad? You found a duck for your friend. Do you need me to say more? It's because you bullied her. I couldn't take it. Enough, Chi. Don't talk about this." Tao Yuan interrupted her forcefully. Her face was already very pale. "Team leader Tao, the hotel pays you a salary, not for you to chat with some shady people. A few days ago, you promised me that you would reduce the number of complaints. This is what you should be worried about. Do you want to be fired?" This kind of questioning made Tao Yuan have no choice but to lower her head. I'm sorry, boss. I won't do it anymore. I don't want to see her in the hotel again. After saying this, Luli strode away. I'm so angry. He actually said that I'm a shady person. That's too much. How am I shady? Madam, don't give me any more trouble. Tao Yuan frowned. Why do you have to provoke him? Don't you think he looks like he needs a beating? You're going to divorce anyway. Why are you still afraid of him? It's clearly his fault. You still apologize to him. Where's your backbone? I'm an employee here. He's the boss. What do you want me to say? My relationship with him is already very bad. Don't make it worse. Otherwise, I won't get a divorce. Tao Yuan sent Pan Chi away. After work, she went to her apartment and bought some groceries at the supermarket downstairs. Just as she got out of the elevator, she suddenly saw Luli standing at the door. She was shocked. Bang! The key fell to the ground. Luli was leaning against the wall, smoking. The smoke made his eyes slightly narrow, revealing a penetrating charm. There was no emotion on his exquisite face, only a bit of coldness. The smell of smoke entered Tao Yuan's nose. Mixed with his unique scent, it slowly seeped into her limbs and bones. The space suddenly became very narrow. It made her feel afraid and uncomfortable. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? What are you afraid of? Afraid that I'll catch you and your adulterer. Who is it today? Fang Yicheng. Or some other man I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Tao Yuan picked up the key. This is my house. Please leave. We're not divorced yet. We share the property. This house is my dowry from my mother. It has nothing to do with you. If I remember correctly, we didn't do a prenuptial notarization. So, all the property under your name is mine, including this house. So, Wilton Hotel is also mine. Chapter 462. Luli snuffed out his cigarette, shook his finger and puffed out a mouthful of smoke. What's yours is mine. Mine is still mine. You are mine. He placed one hand on the side of her head and pressed his long body against hers. Bang! Tao Yuan's back was pressed against the back. They were so close to each other, and the whole world was filled with Luli's scent. It was so tempting, but it was also so repulsive. Two different emotions intertwined, and she felt flustered because of the contradiction. Don't say such nonsense. It's not nutritious at all. We will have nothing to do with each other very soon, and I will never be yours. Really? Do you really think you can get a divorce? It was full of mockery for her naivety. The more Tao Yuan leaned against the wall, the tighter Luli clung to her. His fingers pinched her chin. His fingertips, with a seductive flavor, gently caressed her chin. Obviously, he was a man who was very good at teasing women. Suddenly, his fingers and thumb squeezed hard, forcing her to look up. He enjoyed her fear of him, but he did not like it when she avoided him. It was because of these two completely different emotions that she seemed a little different. As for loving her, how could it be possible? He would not go so far as to humiliate himself to like a woman who was unrestrained. Do you know, sometimes you are really so stupid that it's cute. Do you think that I, Luli, am at your mercy, that you can divorce whenever you want? It's not up to you to decide on these things. But I don't want to discuss these things now. He looked at the food in the bag. I'm hungry. Feed me first. Maybe when I'm in a better mood, I'll be willing to discuss the divorce with you. The word feed sounded very dangerous to Tao Yuan. She instinctively replied warily. What do you want? Don't do anything stupid. I want He murmured meaningfully and whispered in her ear. It's just a meal. What are you thinking about? Tao Yuan blushed. It was normal for her to think dirty under such ambiguous circumstances, okay? And it was obvious that he wanted her to misunderstand on purpose. Despicable man. I'm hungry. If you're hungry, go eat. What are you doing here? If the husband says he's hungry, the wife has to cook. This is the most basic duty of a wife. I endured so much grievance to marry you. Don't tell me I'm not qualified to have a meal with you. These words made Tao Yuan angry and disappointed. In the first year of their marriage, when she still had fantasies about him and treated him as the world, she cooked every day and waited for him to come home. But did he ever come back to see her? Other than being ordered around like a maid by Su Baihe and her mother, other than being disappointed again and again, what did she get? Now that they were going to divorce, he was asking her for a meal. What a joke. He knew too well how to torture her, break her heart, and trample on her pride. Yes, you are not qualified, she said coldly. I don't want to cook for you. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed through Lu Li's eyes, but he suppressed it. Don't be shameless. It's your honor that I'm willing to eat your cooking. After saying that, he snatched the key from her hand and walked straight in. This is my house. Get out. This is called trespassing. I can call the police. Lu Li, can you not be so barbaric? She was so anxious that she called his name. Call the police. Whatever. Lu Li said indifferently, still having an arrogant look. I also want to know what the police will think of you, a woman who rejected her husband. I said, I'm hungry. Go cook. Tao Yuan was very angry. She had worked in the hotel for 3 years and had seen all kinds of tricky customers. She had long been worn down to the point that she had no temper at all. Even her subordinates said that she was the most gentle and generous woman in the world. But that was because those people had nothing to do with her, so there was no need to be angry. As for Lu Li, it was undeniable that his actions would affect her heart. Especially when he was so vile, even a saint would fly into a rage. But she still endured it with difficulty. What he did was just to provoke her. If she really quarreled with him, then she would be falling into his trap. For a man who used some annoying behavior to make his existence known, the greatest contempt was to ignore him. Carrying the bag, she went into the kitchen without saying a word. Lu Li poked his head out to take a few glances. After making sure that she was busy, he began to patrol around. His posture seemed casual, but his eyes were very sharp, carefully looking for any traces left by a man. In the bathroom, there were no men's shaving lotion or razors. He picked up every bottle and jar and looked at them. They were all women's products, even the bathrobes were women's. There were 2 towels, both pink, embroidered with cute little bears. Only women would use such cute things. It was hard to say. Fang Yicheng was a sissy, so he might like it very much. Lu Li frowned and then went into the bedroom. He first checked the bathroom inside, but there was nothing suspicious. He opened the wardrobe and rummaged through it, but there were no men's clothes. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Most of her clothes were suits, but not the most ordinary black and white uniform. There were all kinds of colors, styles, and even the shirts and matching skirts were all different. Lu Li frowned. Did she need to dress so fancy for work? To seduce men? And those dresses, they were either short skirts or halter tops. She was just a small manager. Did she need to attend dinner parties so often? Did she have to wear it to the bar? The color green spread across Lu Li's face. He was displeased at the thought of her wearing such vulgar clothes, but he couldn't control himself and hung the clothes back. However, based on the current situation, she didn't live with a man. Detective Lu was quite satisfied with this result. Just as he was about to relax, he thought about it again. Maybe she often brought different men home. Anyway, Lu Li's current feelings were very complicated. He couldn't even describe the feelings he was feeling. In the past, even if she didn't say anything, he could guess what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. But now, he realized that he really didn't understand her. He couldn't figure her out. Tao Yuan came out with 2 bowls of noodles. That's it. A certain young master obviously thought that it was too perfunctory and not sincere at all. Tao Yuan went back to the kitchen and brought out another plate of vegetables. Yes, that's it. With that, she sat down and started eating. You're treating me to this. I didn't treat you. You barged in and insisted on getting a free meal from me. She didn't want to cook for him, but she was very hungry. She didn't want to be entangled with him, so she could only use food to stop him from talking. You bought a lot of vegetables. I saw it. According to Tao Yuan's plan, she wanted to make a sumptuous dinner for herself as a reward for her hard work over the past few days. However, she was no longer in the mood after being pestered by him. Besides, he really didn't deserve to enjoy the sumptuous dinner that she made herself. Eat or leave if you don't want to. She couldn't be bothered with him. She buried her head in the noodles. Lu Li stood for a long time. After he was sure that she wouldn't add more food, he sat down reluctantly. What's so good about a bowl of plain and watery Yangchun noodles? Is this thing for humans to eat? There's meat, eggs, and vegetables. What else do you want? She was impatient. You have such a picky taste. Go to a 5-star hotel. I didn't beg you to eat. He gritted his teeth. You win. If he hadn't been so hungry, he would have slammed the door and left. Why are there tomatoes in it? Oh, I like it. You know that I don't like tomatoes. Why should I know that? Even if she knew, she wouldn't admit that she did it on purpose. Tao Yuan, don't lie through your teeth. You've liked me for more than 10 years. You know everything about me. Why are you pretending to be stupid now? Her heart seemed to be stabbed. Yes, she used to think about his preferences as the greatest happiness. She knew his temper, what he liked to do, what he hated, and what his every expression meant. He was the man who became her everything during her teenage years. He shone on her like a rainbow. Yes, it was stupid and not worth it. However, that sour feeling was also very beautiful when she recalled it now. She never regretted anything that happened during her school days. What are you thinking about? Did you hear what I said? Time can erase feelings, not to mention memories. They will all be forgotten. Lu Li felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. You obviously did it on purpose. Don't make it sound so profound. I'm old and have many things to do. I can't remember. You must have too many men to remember. He was sarcastic. If you don't want to eat it, scram. Lu Li was silent for a few seconds. He picked up the tomatoes and put them in her bowl. Why are you giving it to me if you don't want to eat it? Are you looking down on me? He harumphed. We've already eaten each other's saliva. What's the point of pretending? Tao Yuan suddenly felt a little nauseous. The nature of kissing was true, but did he have to make it sound so disgusting? He was deliberately making her lose her appetite. Lu Li was only willing to eat the noodles after he cleaned up the tomatoes in the bowl. She had thought that the soup would taste very astringent, but it was actually very delicious. A strong fragrance spread between her lips and teeth. The noodles were very chewy, and the soft-core eggs were full of juice with one bite. Even the meat was pink and smooth. Yangchun noodles were so delicious. It didn't make sense. The delicious taste more or less soothed Lu Li's emotions. he said sarcastically. Your cooking skills are so good. You must have cooked for many men. Was she thinking wrongly, or was he originally very wrongly? Do you cook for every man? Tao Yuan felt very nauseous. Don't talk when eating. Don't talk when sleeping. Hee, are you feeling guilty? I said, if you don't want to eat it, scram. No one is begging you to stay. There's no need to be sarcastic and affect my appetite. Looks like you're really feeling guilty. You're angry. How am I angry? Look at you now. The word guilty is written on your face. Then do you know that the word cheap is written on your face? I know that you're doing so much just to make me unhappy, but there's really no need. At the same time, you're making me unhappy. What's the point? Who said there's no point? How do you know that I'm unhappy? Chapter 463. Adult, Luli smiled playfully, and his eyes suddenly became frivolous. The adult solution is to be one, right? Since you don't want to quarrel, how about we solve it this way? After all, Tao Yuan was a girl. She was thin-skinned and blushed immediately. Are you crazy? Probably. Otherwise, why do I miss you so much when I see you now? Luli was only half telling the truth. Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and her face became even redder, as if she had applied rouge. It was a blush that came from the innermost layer of her skin, revealing a sense of shyness, which was exceptionally beautiful. It was only at this time that Luli could see a little shadow of the past in her. When she was in school, she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and neat bangs, like a deer. She was always submissive, easily shy, and her face was always red. Once, when he went to buy water after playing basketball, he saw her standing at the entrance of the restaurant and said a few words to her. Her face was so red that it seemed like it was about to explode. She stammered for a long time and finally ran away. Now, she had a ponytail, revealing a delicate face, capable and confident, exuding the demeanor of a strong woman. She was really different from before. Luli couldn't help but think that maybe it wasn't a completely bad thing for her to fall in love with him. She should even thank him for the harm he had caused her, otherwise she wouldn't have been reborn from the ashes and transformed into such a dazzling beauty. He clearly wanted to see her being hurt by him, but for some reason, looking at her mature appearance now, Luli actually had a very strange feeling of gratification. It was ridiculous. He didn't like her. He hated her, so how could he be happy for her transformation? But now, he couldn't help but look at such a tsundere woman a few more times, wanting to get closer to her. His eyes were like blazing X-rays, making Tao Yuan couldn't help but feel hot and bite her lips. Why are you looking at me like that? Why is your face so red? Are you shy? If you've had so many men, how can you blush so easily? Are you lying to me? Subconsciously, he wanted her to say yes. But of course, Tao Yuan would not give in to him. She straightened her neck. Why would I lie to you? I've kissed Fang Yicheng in front of you, and you've caught me in the act more than once. The facts are right in front of you. She wanted him to think that she was a bad, fickle woman and be completely disappointed with her. Only then would he have the chance to divorce her. Luli's nerves twitched. Sometimes, what you see isn't necessarily true. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to excuse me? Don't tell me that after everything that happened, you still think I'm a noble and innocent woman. At this point, Tao Yuan took the opportunity to speak. You know very well what kind of person I am. As it turned out, there was no way for us to get along peacefully. We would only quarrel when we were together. Instead of making each other unhappy, it's better to get a divorce earlier. I don't want to talk about divorce right now. But you clearly said that if I fed you, you could talk if you were in a good mood. A bowl of young chun noodles can fill me up. Am I that easy to get rid of? Besides, do I look like I'm in a good mood right now? You're like this every day. You're never in a good mood. If we don't talk about it now, when will we talk about it? Anyway, we're going to get a divorce. Can't you be more straightforward? There's no point in dwelling on one thing for too long. It will only exhaust yourself. Why do you have to make life difficult for yourself? Be straightforward and give yourself a break. She kept talking about divorce, which made Luli uncomfortable. He felt like a cancer that she was eager to cut out. Back then, she had treated him like the top of her heart. How could his self-esteem endure such a strong sense of disparity? But he did not get angry. His thin lips twitched slightly, and he smiled faintly. I didn't say that I want a divorce. Instead of wasting time talking about divorce, why don't you tell me when you're moving back? Why should I move back? She thought that this question was ridiculous. That's your home. You're wrong. That's Luli's home, not mine. Now, it's my home. Get it straight. You're my wife, Luli. How can you live alone outside? Do you want the whole world to know that we're not on good terms? These words were really sarcastic. Tao Yuan raised the corner of her mouth. I'm just an insignificant person. I don't have that much influence. Besides, it's you who wants the whole world to know that we're not on good terms. Recently, you've dominated the headlines of the financial and entertainment pages. Who doesn't know that you, Child Lu, change women faster than you change clothes? That's my business. You just do your part. How can a wife not go back home when she has a home? You speak as if you're reasonable. If you're reasonable, we've been separated for 3 years. I could have filed for divorce long ago. Then why don't you go? Luli said with a hint of mockery in his words. He had defeated her. She did become a lot stronger, but she was far from being that strong. Divorce was not just a matter of words. She had a lot of concerns, such as the Tao Group's business, her parents, and her father. She had too many things to consider. You have no chance of winning at all. Besides, you don't dare to make things bigger, so you want to use me to divorce and shirk the responsibility. Is that right? But why do you think that I'm stupid enough to be fooled by you? Do I look like someone who will be manipulated by a woman? Your provocation, in my opinion, is extremely childish. You're too young to play tricks on me. It turned out that he had seen through her so thoroughly. Now, Tao Yuan's scalp was numb. This man was too difficult to deal with. Divorce is good for both sides. Let's not talk about who is using who. Her fingers under the table tightened one by one. Anyway, I won't move back. Don't you know how much your mother and sister hate me? They make things difficult for me when I go back twice a month. If I move back, won't they make a scene? Don't put the blame on them. You, Tao Yuan, are not easy to deal with either. I don't know why you're secretly happy to make them unhappy. But I don't want to face them. Dad is the most unhappy one when we quarrel every day. Luli sneered, and his eyes were full of sarcasm for her hypocrisy. Don't talk nonsense with me. After all, you just like to live alone, don't you? Yes, this place is close to the company. The most important thing is that I live alone and it's quiet. It's not so troublesome. It's also very convenient to bring a man back. What did I say just now? Provocation is useless. I've checked and you don't have a man's things. It can be seen that you don't often bring a man home. Tao Yuan felt that she had been severely violated and was extremely angry. You. This is my house. What right do you have to go through my things? Didn't I say it? What's yours is mine. Do I need a reason to look at my wife's things? Seeing her angry look, Luli felt very happy and took out a cigarette case. Smoking is not allowed here. Do you think I can't just because you said so? He insisted on going against her. He put a cigarette in his mouth, tilted his head, and looked at her with a hint of a smile. It was full of provocation. He took out his lighter and lit it up. Smoke puffed out from his nose. Tao Yuan especially had the urge to go into the kitchen and splash a basin of water on his face. He knew that she wanted to cut him into pieces, but unfortunately, she didn't have the guts. So he became even more arrogant and blew a ring of smoke at her. Tao Yuan frowned in disgust and waved her hand to disperse it. If you want to smoke, go outside. I hate the smell of smoke. He ignored her and continued. You've eaten. It's time to leave, right? She was asking him to leave. Why are you always in someone else's house? Don't you feel embarrassed? Didn't I say? This is my house. It's a little small, but it's quite comfortable. Can you not be so barbaric? I said that this is my dowry, not the Liu family. You have no right to forcibly occupy my house. So what? If you can't stand it, you can leave. Tao Yuan was dumbfounded. This is my house. If you want to leave, it should be you. Why should I leave? Look at you, I didn't even do anything to you. Do you have to be so irritated? Don't you know how ridiculous you are? Where is your composure, Tao Yuan? Clenching her fists and closing her eyes, Tao Yuan had already chopped him into pieces in her heart. She had never seen such a thick-skinned man. What was the difference between him and a hooligan? How could she be so infatuated with him in the past? At this moment, she really wanted to slap herself a few times. Luli looked at that angry face and felt that it was quite cute. When she was angry, her eyes looked more lively. He especially liked seeing her look like she couldn't stand him but couldn't get rid of him. Every pore on his body felt indescribably comfortable. He stubbed out the cigarette and stood up slowly. He had long arms and legs and was much taller than her, so he naturally had a disdainful attitude. Are you sure you don't want to move home? Just kill me. What's the point of killing you? It's more interesting to torture slowly. Come with me. She took a step back warily. I'm not going. Why do you always ask me to repeat myself? I don't like to talk nonsense. Luli simply dragged her out. Tao Yuan lost her balance and stumbled into his arms. Before she could react, the man's big hand had already held her waist and pressed her against his body. Tao Yuan instinctively turned her face to the side, and his lips pressed against her ear. Aren't you tired of playing tricks like throwing yourself at me? But it's okay, I don't feel tired. Go away. She pushed him twice, but his breath lingered around her ear, making her dizzy. He was clearly a hooligan, so why did he smell so good? She couldn't stand it. Luli, don't always tell me to go away. You know, the more you tell me to go away, the more I don't want to let go of you. What you can't have is always the best. Men are like this, understand? As he let go of her, he grabbed the long black trench coat on the sofa. Come with me. Chapter 464. Luli walked in front of her, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His back view was tall and his shoulders were broad, just like the male lead in Korean dramas. He wore a long black trench coat, looking cold and noble. Just by looking at his back view, one could tell that he was handsome. On a cold and windy night, such a man was full of charm. Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Shamefully, she felt that he was really handsome to the extreme. She was already infatuated with him when he was young. Now, with the accumulation of time, he had become more mature and outstanding. That kind of manliness was enough to make the most chaste woman in the world fall. The one and only Luli in the world that no one dared to look directly at. He stopped and turned back to look at her. His face was soaked in the yellow light, revealing a hint of tenderness. Why are you walking so slowly? Are you waiting for me to carry you back? Tao Yuan's cheeks heated up. It was such a cold weather, but her whole body was burning hot. Who wants you to carry me? She wore a thick yellow down jacket, looking like a clumsy duck. But her face was proud, which was cute. A mature and capable woman in front of others also had such a childish side. Was it for him alone? This guess made Luli feel a sense of satisfaction. He did not realize that he had already classified her as his property. Where are we going? What are you afraid of? He continued to walk forward. Are you afraid that I will sell you? It's not impossible. She mumbled softly, but the wind blew into his ears. The man smiled. Don't worry. Only that sissy Fang Yicheng would like someone like you. You won't be able to sell for a good price. Even the transportation is more expensive than you. Tao Yuan was not happy about this. How do you know? Everyone has their own eyes. If you don't like it, others might flock to you. Don't use your narrow sense of beauty to judge others. Who gave you that confidence? I don't need anyone to give me confidence. I know my own value. Even if I can't reach the standards of a top-notch woman, at least I'm a top-notch woman. How can I not be able to sell for a good price? Her tone and attitude when she spoke were not just teasing. Her whole body exuded calm confidence, which made Luli look at her in a new light. The little woman who used to be a yes man, who would cry at the slightest provocation, and who would blush whenever he talked to her, had now transformed into a mature and confident woman. She had her own radiance, like a halo, attracting people with a single glance. Was it this change that caused her to be surrounded by so many men? Luli suddenly wished that he was the only one who could see this light. No one else could even dream of touching it. Where are you taking me? If you don't tell me, I'll go back. You don't trust me. Of course. She nodded without hesitation, causing Luli to be speechless for a few seconds. She was really honest. People say that the word bad is not written on the face of a bad person, but your evil intentions are written all over your face. She stood still and made up her mind. If you don't explain yourself, I won't take another step. There are many people nearby, and the security booth is right there. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll scream. If I really want to do anything to you, who can stop me? Luli sneered disdainfully. Right here. Now, even if I execute you on the spot, who can say anything wrong about me? She's my wife. I can do whatever I want. Wherever I want. His words were always so vicious, as if he was born to be superior and others were his tools. Tao Yuan would definitely be unhappy. You can find other women. I won't serve you. You're my wife. Of course, I'll look for you first, won't I? In the past, he used to regard this marriage in her as a disgrace, but now he kept talking about her as his wife. Was he insane? Why, after despising something for a few years, now looking back, he felt that it was good and wanted to go back. However, she was not a thing. She would not stay in the same place and wait for him. Seeing her lips move, it must be some big talk about divorce. Luli did not like to hear it from the bottom of his heart, so he said first. What's the hurry? Aren't we here? Having said that, he walked into the supermarket. Luli directly pushed a shopping cart and walked away, even turning back to urge her. Why are you always so slow? She was stunned for a moment and involuntarily followed him. Why are you in the supermarket? What do you want to buy? So many questions. Do you have 100,000 whys? He glanced at her indifferently, apparently dissatisfied that she was too noisy. He walked to the imported goods section and threw things in as he walked. Cup, toothbrush, towel. Tao Yuan hurriedly pressed the shopping cart. Why are you buying these things? Since I'm going to stay, of course I have to buy some daily necessities. Do you want a man like me to use a pink towel? In sharp contrast to his matter-of-fact attitude, Tao Yuan was anxious to the point of going crazy. Stay. My home. Who agreed? I live in my own home. I don't need anyone's permission. She closed her eyes to bear with it. I repeat, that's my home, not yours. It's community property. If not, you can come home with me. I said I'm not going back. Then I can only put myself down and live with you. Although he said he was wronged, there was not a trace of grievance on his face. Instead, he looked very proud. Tao Yuan wanted to stab him a few times. No one wants you to put yourself down, okay? I beg you, don't put yourself down. My small temple can't accommodate a god like you. The guest bedroom is very small. It can't even fit one more table. You won't be used to it. Oh, really? Luli pretended to think seriously. Then I can only let you stay in the guest bedroom. What was the structure of this man's brain? 2 days ago, he hated her so much that he was gnashing his teeth. But today, he forced her to live with him as if nothing had happened? He was definitely schizophrenic. Move away. Wait. She pressed the shopping cart hard. Maybe I was too tactful just now, so you didn't understand what I meant. Then I'll say it directly. My home doesn't welcome you. Please don't be so shameless. Your way of doing things is really disgusting. Look at my face. Do I look like I care whether you welcome me or not? Luli smiled very beautifully. There was a faint ripple at the corner of his eyes. There was a kind of indescribable joy rippling, and he looked more gentle and handsome. In fact, I'm very happy to be able to cause trouble for you. He pushed the shopping cart and continued to move forward. As he swept the goods, the man whistled happily, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't anger her to death. After buying a lot of things, when they reached the cashier, Luli conveniently took a few boxes of condoms. Tao Yuan screamed in anger. Why did you buy this? He put them back in the box in a flurry as if they were bombs. My dear wife, what are these used for? He held a box with his slender fingers and deliberately waved it in front of her with a teasing expression. Of course, I don't like the feeling of being separated by a layer. If you are ready to conceive, then I am very willing. Tao Yuan's face was already flushed red. The girl who had accepted the camp had also been flirted with by Luli. He was so handsome, and he was also an expert at flirting with girls. Oh my God, she was about to faint. Super thin type, fruity type, double lubrication type, which do you like? Oh, with our frequency, it's best to prepare more. Luli gave the girl a charming smile. I want all of that area. Luli carried the 3 big bags back home and was very satisfied. At the thought that one of the bags was full of condoms, Tao Yuan wanted to die. They had never done it before, okay? How dare he claim it in front of outsiders? Did he have any shame? Everyone in that supermarket probably knew her. She didn't dare to go there again. The keys were thrown on the coffee table. Tao Yuan's face was already very ugly. Are you done? Done? Did I? Look at your posture, you are more like the one who is stirring up trouble. Are you going to blow the horn of quarreling on the first day of cohabitation? What cohabitation? You were the one who broke into the house. Also, why did you say those strange things in front of outsiders? Have you ever considered my feelings? How am I going to go to that supermarket in the future? Luli bent his slender body and said as he took out the things. Which sentence of mine was strange? You are my wife. As for that supermarket, from the envious and jealous looks of those women just now, you have become the public enemy of all women. I can't help it, having such a handsome husband is indeed a matter of attracting hatred. Tao Yuan was completely speechless. She had seen people who talked nonsense, but she had never seen someone who talked nonsense with a straight face. Did he even know how to write the word shame? Luli took the cup and towel into the bathroom and moved Tao Yuan's things to the side to make space for his things. I have my own shaving water. The supermarket doesn't sell it. I will ask my assistant to send it over tomorrow, and my clothes. She had always hoped that he was just scaring her, but now, her hope was completely shattered. This bastard is serious. Tao Yuan held her forehead, her face ashen. You don't want to live in a nice mansion, and you insist on squeezing in with me. Are you stupid? Isn't it normal for a husband and wife to live together? Since you don't want to live in a mansion, I can only live with you. We are not a normal husband and wife. We are going to divorce soon, sure. He leaned over and pressed his index finger against her lips. When that slender finger pressed against her lips, Tao Yuan's voice stopped abruptly. Her lips felt like they were igniting a spark. The man's strong body slowly pressed down. Their faces were inches apart. Looking at him up close, his facial features were even more handsome. He had a faint smile on his face, which made him look somewhat demonic, like Satan who could steal souls. She didn't know if he was deliberately seducing her, but she was very clear that every time this happened, she would be completely confused. Her heartbeat would be out of control, her face would be hot, and her mind would be numb. She didn't know what to do, but she couldn't help it. Don't talk about divorce every time you open your mouth. You know, without my consent, the chance of divorce is 0. And I have no intention of letting you seduce other men for the time being. So, don't talk about things that are impossible, I don't like to hear it. Be good, it's good for both of us, okay? Chapter 465. Luli's lips twitched in satisfaction. Good girl. She actually nodded her head. Tao Yuan really wanted to slap herself in the face. She sat on the sofa in a daze as she listened to the sound of running water in the bathroom. She told herself that it must be a nightmare. It's not real, it's not real, it's not real, she repeated it countless times. But when that slender figure walked out of the bathroom, the strong visual shock shattered her dream mercilessly. The water is too small, it's not comfortable to wash. Luli walked out while drying his hair with one hand and a towel tied around his waist. His good figure was exposed in front of her. She always thought that he was very thin. She didn't expect that under the suit was such a strong figure. Bronze skin, strong chest muscles, 8-pack abs, and even shark lines, he was clearly a walking sculpture. Tao Yuan felt a strong heat drilling into her nose. What the hell? A nosebleed? You're drooling, he smiled. His white teeth were like those of a toothpaste commercial model. Tao Yuan immediately touched the corner of her mouth. Nothing. When she looked up and met his smiling eyes, she realized that she had been fooled. She must be very stupid looking at her with her mouth open. You're already like this just by looking at me. How are you going to stand it when we start? Tao Yuan's head rumbled and she was so anxious that she almost stood up. Who's going to start with you? You wish. You're the one who's beautiful when you're with me. Narcissist. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Why should I wear clothes in my own home? She felt very tired and didn't want to emphasize that this was her home, not his. Anyway, he was a tyrant. It was natural for him to take over the nest. After drying his hair, Luli threw the towel aside. His hair was still a little wet. Instead of sticking up like usual, it was naturally stuck to his forehead. He looked less serious and more friendly, sexy and lazy. Tao Yuan's heart shook again. This guy was really good looking since he was young. And the older he got, the better he looked. He was full of hormones. Are you an exhibitionist? I only expose myself to those I want to expose. Thank you. Tao Yuan gave a fake smile and rolled her eyes. But I don't want to see it. You don't mean what you say. You obviously want to see it, but you don't even blink. But this is to be expected. Every woman has this reaction when they see me. This proves that you are a healthy woman. There are both men and women, so don't be shy. Also, you should be happy that you can enjoy this body and not just fantasize about it. Tao Yuan smiled. I thought the iron wall was thick enough, but I didn't expect Mr. Liu to be even thicker. You should be used to build the Great Wall of China. I also thought that women were docile and obedient, but your Mrs. Liu has a sharp tongue that no man can compare with. The water in the bathroom is too small. How can you stand it? Tao Yuan seized the opportunity to speak. Not only is the water small, there are many problems with the facilities here. Those who are used to living in a mansion will not be able to stand it. You'd better move, these are all small problems. I'll get someone to fix it tomorrow. Sure enough, it's not good without a man at home. This is my home. You have no right to change my house. Now I live here too. I don't want the quality of my life to be lowered because of the facilities. It's decided. Go take a shower. There was a man in the house, and it was Lu Li. Tao Yuan was very vigilant and did not dare to take a shower. Moreover, the water heater in the room was broken. What if he rushed in when she was in the middle of the shower? It's cold. I don't want to take a shower. How can a woman be so unhygienic? It's my business whether I like to be hygienic or not. Why do you care? If you want to do it, it's my business. I don't want to hold a woman who stinks. Tao Yuan thought that it would be best if he died from the stench and never stepped into her house again. What are you waiting for? Wait for me to help you. Or, we can have a bath together. He stared at her with a malicious look. As soon as he took a step closer, Tao Yuan hurriedly took a few steps back. Don't do anything stupid. It's not stupid to do it with my wife. You're crazy. Tao Yuan ran back to her room and locked the door. But she kept her eyes on the door, paying attention to the movements next door. When she heard the sound of the guest bedroom door closing, she carefully poked her head out. After making sure that he was in the room, she took out her clothes and sneaked into the bathroom like a thief. She was used to taking a bath every night. But she was worried that he would break in, so she finished in less than 10 minutes. That night, she did not sleep peacefully. Tao Yuan sat in the office. Her expression was dull and her head was dizzy. She did not sleep well last night. In order to avoid seeing him, she went out at 7 in the morning. After working for a whole day, she was not in the right state of mind. But she was very tired. Now she had a mental breakdown. She had fantasized about sleeping with him countless times. It was always sweet, but now it had become torture. It was as if there was a time bomb next door. It was only the first day and she was already like this. What should she do in the future? She should just slit her throat and die. Her team member, Xiao Mei, walked in. Team leader, the president is looking for you. Was he done? Tao Yuan was going crazy. Got it. Xiao Mei did not leave immediately. She asked with a jealous heart. The president seems to be looking for you a lot recently. You two have a good relationship. They often discussed this matter in private. Tao Yuan had made Lu Li a cuckold and everyone in the hotel knew about it. They should be divorced soon. But now it had been more than a month, and there was no movement at all. Instead, they seemed to be reconciling. Did the president have a hobby of playing with broken shoes? Tao Yuan could hear the malice and sarcasm in her tone. If it was in the past, she would have let it go. But today, she was in a bad mood, so she felt that there was no need to continue to tolerate it. Are you curious about my private affairs? Xiao Mei answered directly because she had a good temper. Everyone in the hotel is talking about this. They are all guessing if you will get a divorce. Actually, you already have manager Fong. Even if you get a divorce, you won't lose anything. Your second marriage will still be very good. I'm so envious of you. But she did not believe that a divorced woman could really enter the Fong family's door. It must be miserable. The people in the hotel you are referring to are the people in our team, right? You spend more time chatting together than working every day. If you have so many thoughts, why don't you think about how to serve the guests well? You know very well who is responsible for the high complaint rate. If I leave because of this, then before I leave, I will definitely report the complaint rate of each of you to the hotel. At that time, I will not be the only one who will be fired. Xiao Mei's face turned pale. Didn't Tao Yuan not have a temper? Why was it so sharp now? She never put on airs as a boss before. Tao Yuan let out a sigh of relief and felt much better. She had always thought that people had a temper, but controlling it was a skill. She had been working for a few years and was a senior. There was no need to argue with some little girls who had just come out of society. However, some people really did not know what was good for them. If they were too tolerant, they would take advantage of them. About my private life, do you have any other questions? Xiao Mei pouted and turned to leave. Why was this Lu Li looking for her again? It must be nothing good. Anyway, Tao Yuan now hated to see him from the bottom of her heart. Looking at the time, it was almost time to get off work. He was not in charge of when to get off work, so it was fine if she did not go. She eagerly looked forward to getting off work. Unexpectedly, before she could get off work, she saw Fong Yicheng first. He was wearing a casual outfit and was still so pleasing to the eye. When he appeared, the office brightened a few degrees. Tao Yuan was a little surprised. Why are you here? After Fong Yicheng was injured last time, she sent him to the hospital. The doctor said that he needed to rest for a week, but it was not even a week. I missed you. Is your injury okay? It's just a superficial wound. It's nothing. Seeing that he was still smiling and jumping around like a mantis shrimp, Tao Yuan was relieved. After all, he was a man and had a strong recovery ability. It's good that you are fine. External injuries are nothing, but I suffered internal injuries, very serious internal injuries. Fong Yicheng grabbed Tao Yuan's hand and pressed it to his heart, acting pitifully like a spoiled child. I was hospitalized for 4 days, but you did not even look at me. My heart is about to break. That handsome face was really pitiful when he acted like a spoiled child. Tao Yuan felt a little sorry for him. I was busy. Busy is just an excuse. If you want to, you will have time to look at me. You are so cruel, leaving me alone in the hospital. Do you know how scary those nurses are? They are staring at me covetously. It's so annoying. But I am very obedient, keeping my chastity for you. If you don't believe me, you can check me. I am still very, very pure. Fong Yicheng kept grabbing Tao Yuan's hand, asking her to check his body, which made her very amused. Okay, you are so talkative. I am sincere. Fong Yicheng said sadly. No matter what, I was injured because of you, but you did not even look at me. You are so cruel. I have been waiting for you, staring at the door every day. falling asleep with disappointment, and crying in the middle of the night. Although he deliberately used a very exaggerated tone, Tao Yuan knew that he must have been looking forward to seeing her. She felt very guilty and did not know what to say. He was right. Although she was busy, if she really wanted to, she could still squeeze out some time. She just did not know how to face his sisters. They must know that he was injured because of her. No matter what, it is good that you are fine. Aha, fortunately, that bastard hit my head, and my hair can cover the scar. If it hit my face, I will be disfigured. I rely on my face to make a living. If he ruined my face, I will fight him to the death. Don't worry, with such a handsome face, God will not bear to destroy it. Tao Yuan touched his face, as if she was comforting an injured pet. Fang Yicheng almost wagged his tail. Actually, I am not afraid of being disfigured. I am afraid that you will not like me after I am disfigured. I will not. Then you mean that you like me? Chapter 466. Tao Yuan teased. Don't push your luck. By the way, why did you come here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me in the housekeeping department? People will gossip. Isn't it all your fault? You're such a cruel person. You even replied my text so perfunctorily. Of course, I had to look for you directly. But I deliberately chose the time after work. They weren't here, so no one knew. In order to celebrate my recovery, I'll treat you to a big meal. Another day. I'm very sleepy today. I want to go home and rest early. As soon as the words came out, Tao Yuan remembered that she and Lu Li lived together. Originally, home was the warmest harbor, but now it had become a dangerous place. She was a little afraid to go home. You don't look well. Did that bastard Lu Li bully you again when I'm not here? I'm going to get even with him. No, don't be so impulsive, okay? Tao Yuan grabbed him. I'm fine. Still trying to be brave. I know you so well. Do you think I don't know whether you're fine or not? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I'll be happy after a big meal. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I want to discuss something with you. She had to say it sooner or later. Tao Yuan felt that this was an opportunity. You should resign. Fang Yicheng had a confused look on his face. I'm doing a good job. Why should I resign? I'm going to work tomorrow. Your family's hopes are pinned on you. You should go back and take over the Fang group. You're already 27. It's time to take responsibility. You can't play around anymore. Your sisters worked hard to pave the way for you. You can't waste their efforts. I have a serious job. I'm not playing around. Fang Yicheng emphasized. That's right. I'm usually sloppy and lazy. But I'm very serious about the work that's given to me. So far, I haven't failed once. I know. But are you willing to be a small manager? You know how much your father and sister expect of you. You won't have the heart to disappoint them. Fang Yicheng hesitated for a moment. Indeed, they had been indulging him for the past 2 years. Now their attitude was getting tougher and tougher. They had been forcing him to take over the Fang group. He couldn't hold on much longer. I can go back, but you have to come with me. You worked hard for 3 years and finally became a commercial manager, but Lu Li demoted you to the housekeeping department. Since he doesn't know how to appreciate your hard work, there's no point in you staying here. Didn't you say that if this place doesn't want me, there will be a place for me? Wilton is not the only hotel in the entire Motu City. There are many hotels under the Fang group. I can offer you a better position and salary. It's such a waste for you to stay here. That's where you can display your talents. Tao Yuan felt that he really had a one-track mind. He didn't use his brain when he thought about things. Do you think it's appropriate for me to jump ship from Wilton to Fong Enterprises? What's inappropriate about it? I think it's very suitable. You think it's too simple. Luli and I haven't divorced yet. There are so many rumors between us. What will people outside think? Will they say that I ran away with someone else during marriage? At that time, won't I be accused of adultery? If you don't go with me, they won't say it. Anyway, it's already bad enough. So what if it's worse? You're not living for them. It's fine as long as you're happy. Tao Yuan shook her head. It takes capital to do whatever you want. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of capital. Reputation is the capital of a woman in society. Now what the outside world says about us is just their speculation. They have no evidence. But if I go with you, the situation will be completely different. Fong Yicheng was very annoyed. You've been trapped by marriage for a few years. How long do you want to be trapped? That bastard Luli won't let you go easily. Do you want to spend your whole life with him? This is between me and him. As a friend, you shouldn't interfere. You know that I don't just want to be your friend. Fong Yicheng said anxiously. Yuan, I don't want to give you pressure. I've been holding it in. But you know very well what I'm thinking. These 2 years, I've used my actions to prove it. You still don't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you. But, I can only say sorry to you. No matter whether Luli and I divorce in the future, your family will not accept a second married woman. Your sister's attitude is very clear. I believe that also represents your father's attitude. Why do you have to care about what they think? You're with me, not with them. They are your most important family. How can I not care? If my parents don't agree, will you not care? Then I will fight for it. I won't run away. Fong Yicheng said resolutely. Anyway, I will think of a way to deal with them. You don't have to worry about it. What if I don't want to fight for it? This sentence made Fong Yicheng's heart suddenly tighten. She doesn't want to fight for it. Because she didn't love him. She was a brave woman. If she loved him, she would definitely overcome all difficulties, wouldn't she? In the end, it was only because he was not the person she wanted that she was so weak. Could it be that she still loved Luli in her heart? Fong Yicheng was very angry and very unwilling for her. Even if she didn't love him, she shouldn't love a scumbag. He was simply toying with her feelings. If she stayed with him, she would only get hurt more. Thinking of that, his heart ached terribly. You're good at everything. Why are you so blind when it comes to choosing a man? You know that it's a fire pit, but you still jump into it. Now in Luli's eyes, you're already a bad woman. He will think of all kinds of ways to torture you. I know that you have a lot of concerns because you haven't divorced yet. Then let's divorce first and then slowly think about our relationship. Maybe by then, your thinking will be completely different. I don't know what will happen in the future, but it's impossible for us. I can't destroy you. What makes you think that being with me will destroy me? Without you, that would be the most terrible thing for me. I don't even dare to think about that kind of life. Fong Yicheng was anxious and grabbed her hand. His trembling palm revealed his eagerness. Yuan, for you, I can even give up the Fong family. Don't say these irresponsible words. A man should put his career first. If you give up everything for a woman, what's the difference between you and a muddle-headed ruler who wants a beautiful woman but not the country? Others will laugh at you. I don't care about the country, the beautiful woman, or the seductive man. I only want you. Fong Yicheng was still anxious to fight for it. Suddenly, there was a sneer behind him. Now even primary school students start to pick up girls. The two turned around and saw Luli standing at the door with a face full of mockery. Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly pulled her hand back. But he still saw it, and his brows sank. When the rival and love met, their eyes were exceptionally red. Every cell in Fang Yicheng's body was clamoring to fight to the death with Luli. Who are you calling a primary school student? Your level of education can't even be compared to a primary school student. If you have so much time to covet someone else's wife, you might as well read more books or just go back to the furnace and start from scratch. Don't come out to scare people. You're courting death. Fang Yicheng swung his fist and was about to rush over. Don't. Yicheng, Tao Yuan pulled him back. What are you doing here? Do you want to bully Yuan again? What are you talking about? How could I bully my dear wife? I'm here to take her home. Don't you know? We're already living together. Living together. Fang Yicheng screamed and looked at Tao Yuan in disbelief. What is he talking about? Tao Yuan bit her lip. I'll explain to you later. So, he really lives in your house. What's so surprising about a husband and wife living together? If she doesn't live with me, does she want to live with a wild man like you? You're the wild man. Yuan is my woman. She should live with me. Ridiculous. Do you know whose name is her legal spouse? Luli arrogantly asked. After all, isn't it just a lousy marriage certificate? Other than this, what else do you have to be so proud of? Yuan doesn't love you at all. The person she loves is me. Stop pestering her. Fang Yicheng angrily warned. Such a despicable man. What did Tao Yuan like about him? Seems like not only are you uncultured, you're also very ignorant. What does a marriage certificate mean? It means that I can legally sleep with her, kiss her, and do anything. As for you, anything that happens between the two of you is considered adultery. Stop putting on the airs of a husband. These few years, have you ever fulfilled the duties of a husband? Fang Yicheng questioned. Of course, I will fulfill the duties of a husband. Luli looked at Tao Yuan. The corner of his mouth curled up. Especially the duty in bed, you're courting death. Fang Yicheng pounced over. Tao Yuan couldn't stop him, but Luli pushed him away. He didn't have the intention to fight. He just pushed him away. He adjusted his tie and looked at him with contempt. Only an idiot would use violence. You, stop fooling around. Tao Yuan stood in front of Fang Yicheng. Haven't you suffered enough from the previous time? Looking at his current appearance, he was afraid that before he could even fight with Luli, he would be so angry that his blood vessels would explode. Luli was cunning and sinister. His mouth was so poisonous. How could he, who had a simple and direct personality, be his opponent? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Last time, he ambushed me. Otherwise, how could I not be able to defeat him? That bastard is insulting you. Can't you tell? He's treating you like a... Fang Yicheng couldn't bring himself to say the word prostitute. In any case, what's the point of insulting a woman? If you have anything, come at me. Don't hurt her. Luli sneered. Stop trying to make your presence known. This is a matter between us husband and wife. What does it have to do with a third party like you? Come at you. Do you have that right? You don't love her at all. So what? He didn't think much of it. I didn't feel anything in the past, but that doesn't mean that I don't feel anything now. Now that I'm back, I suddenly feel that my wife isn't bad. Fang Yicheng was so anxious that he scratched his head. He was just short of cursing and swearing. Chapter 467. Lu spread his hands and shrugged. I just want to play with my own wife, legally. Do you have the right to tell me what to do? Who do you think you are? His words were getting scarier and scarier, making Tao Yuan's heart turn cold. His recent abnormal behavior showed that he was getting more and more serious. He wasn't the kind of person who would do nothing in the spur of the moment. Everything he did, every step he took, was planned and purposeful, including for her. At this moment, she was like a prey trapped in a cage, with nowhere to escape, and he was approaching step by step, ready to devour her at any time. Don't say it in such a bad way. Just treat it as slowly cultivating feelings after marriage. He was smiling, and his smile was unusually gentle, but Tao Yuan shivered. He was simply a handsome devil. The smell of gunpowder in the office was getting thicker. Fang Yicheng was furious. How did someone like you live until now? You should have been struck by lightning long ago. You're not even afraid of being an adulterer, so what's there to be afraid of as her legitimate husband? I haven't been by her side for the past few years, which gave you the opportunity. At most, you're just a substitute, a spare tire. Spare tire. He emphasized each word with precision. Do you understand? I don't care what happened between the two of you before, but from now on, you don't even have the right to be a spare tire. You're the spare tire. You haven't done anything for her. I've been by her side for the past 2 years when she was the most sad and helpless. What right do you have to say that? Isn't it the role of a spare tire to comfort her when she's down? You're still saying that you're not a spare tire? Perhaps you're the one who brought her out of her depression, but the only one who can make her happy is me. The person Yuan likes now is me. Self-righteous. When she followed behind me and sent me love letters, who knows where you were playing in the mud. You can't imagine how deep her feelings for me are. She had loved him wholeheartedly for more than 10 years, but it had become something he could brag about. It was as if she was saying that no matter what he did to her, she would gladly endure it. She was like a pitiful dog, wagging her tail at him, begging for his love. This was more insulting than anything else. Tao Yuan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't say a word. That's all in the past. Now that she has seen through your true colors, she no longer loves you. Don't be so full of yourself. In this world, Lu is not the only man. Why should she only love you? There's no man who doesn't mind his wife having a good time with another man. You don't care because you don't intend to be with her at all. It's just that your pride can't take it anymore. Lu didn't provoke him. Lu's desire to tease her became stronger. How do you like me to do this to you? Stay away from me. The door is not closed, someone will see. Being in such an environment made her feel very uneasy, as if she was a thief. She was clearly forced to do this, but she felt like she was doing something bad. So what if they see? Who in the hotel doesn't know about our relationship? You're not naked, so what are you afraid of being seen? Don't always say these things. Tao Yuan used her soft hand to push him away, but he grabbed her hand and kissed it. His lips were cold, but that bit of coolness caused an electric current to spread through her body, and her body suddenly trembled. This was something that only lovers would do, right? Her face blushed even more, and she looked helpless. Lu knew that she liked it when he was like this. Even if she resisted it verbally, she really enjoyed it in her heart. After all, she was a woman, and men's tricks were very effective. She liked gentleness, some intimate actions, and also liked men's dirty talk. I told you to look for me in the office. Why didn't you come? I don't know, did you call me? It was clearly just a small lie, but perhaps because of his strong aura, Tao Yuan's throat was very tight, and she did not dare to look at him in the eyes. The next second, his slender fingers lifted her chin. Looking at her little face that was flushed with panic, Lu Li's lips twitched. "You're really bad at lying. Don't you know that? It's almost time to get off work, so, there was a dull pain in her chin again. He actually pinched her. She glared at him with a pair of soft eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and Lu Li's throat was tight. She was really, damn seductive. Still lying. His tight voice was even deeper and sexier. "I don't want to go, okay?" Chapter 468. You took over my home and made me unable to sleep well. What makes you think that I would want to see you? I hate you. How much do you hate me? Very much. If a woman says she hates me, it means she likes me. If she says she hates me, it means she likes me very much. As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her lips, not giving her any time to react. Tao Yuan's eyes widened. When she came back to her senses and wanted to push him away, he had already wrapped his arms around her waist and deepened the kiss. Although she gritted her teeth and wanted to push him out, she couldn't resist his unstoppable force. Pack. The sound of a folder falling on the floor could be heard. Lu Li stopped the kiss. As he was not satisfied, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This was not the first time he was interrupted like this. He turned back and saw his subordinate, Xiao Mei, standing there at a loss. She was so anxious that her face was red. "CEO, I'm sorry, I didn't know." She hurriedly ran away. Tao Yuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She vented her anger on Lu Li and pushed him away. "It's all your fault. I already told you that someone would come in. You still." Lu Li touched his lips carelessly. Her taste was still lingering in his mouth. It was a sweet and fragrant peach. It was so delicious that it was worth recalling over and over again. Those lips were also the softest he had ever tasted. It was like a gentle trap that made him fall deeply into it. "I don't care. I'm not as thick-skinned as you." Tao Yuan was angry. "Did you come to me just to vent your anger? I came to you for serious business. As for the kiss just now, it was your punishment for lying and disobedience. What serious business can you have? The venue for the anniversary celebration has been set up. Come with me to check it out." When Tao Yuan arrived at the venue, she was stunned. The huge hall was decorated in pink. The stage and the red carpet were covered with pink roses. The VIP seats on both sides were also pink. Even the patterns on the tablecloth were light pink. This looked more like a wedding venue. She was stunned for a long time before she regained her senses. Isn't it the anniversary celebration? Is it too pink? People who don't know might think they're here to attend a wedding. Pink was too sultry. Didn't I tell you? The anniversary banquet is also our wedding anniversary. The latter is more meaningful. Lu Li was very satisfied with this arrangement, and a proud look appeared on his face. 4 years ago, we didn't hold a wedding ceremony. Even the photos on our marriage certificate were photoshopped. You didn't say anything, but I know you must be resentful. So, let's take this as a make-up wedding for you. Tao Yuan had never expected Lu Li to give her a wedding after 4 years of marriage. But what she felt was not sweetness, but a kind of irony. Putting aside the fact that his motive for doing this was to trap her with marriage, what was the point of making up for a wedding that was 4 years late? It was just tearing open the scars of the past. She smiled. There's no need. You can't give me what I need the most. Giving it to me now is meaningless. I don't want it. Lu Li's smile froze on his lips, accompanied by his self-esteem and complacency. Everything on the scene was arranged by him. He didn't tell her because he wanted to give her a surprise. He was expecting her to be moved and happy. However, she just said, "It's meaningless." Her eyes also said that she really didn't care. That feeling was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on them when they were filled with enthusiasm, and they felt a chill from head to toe. What he felt was not anger, but disappointment. Fong Yicheng rushed home in a hurry and started shouting as soon as he entered the villa. "Sister! Big sister! Second sister! Third sister!" Fong Wen walked out of the room and stood in the corridor on the second floor. "You're back." Fong Yicheng rushed upstairs. "How's Dad? Why is your heart not feeling well again?" "Dad is fine." "I lied to you," Fong Wen said lightly. "What? Lied to me? How could you lie to me with Dad's body?" Fong Yicheng was very angry. "Do you want me to die of anxiety?" "It's you who want us to die of anxiety. The doctor arranged for you to stay in the hospital for a week. On the fourth day, you forcibly left the hospital and made a mess. You didn't answer my call and didn't reply my text. What do you want?" Fong Wen's face was full of dissatisfaction, but more than that, she was distressed. "But you can't lie to me with this kind of thing. If I didn't say so, would you go home? Anyway, it's your fault. When I was a child, didn't you tell me the story of the wolf coming? You lied to me now. If there's anything wrong with Dad's body, I won't believe you anymore. Bah, Dad will be fine. The matter between you and Tao Yuan, if I didn't help you, Dad would have died of anger because of you. You know, we are not unreasonable people. If you really like someone, then the other party doesn't have to be a rich young lady, as long as she's a decent girl. Tao Yuan is the best and most decent woman. She's married. She will get a divorce." Fong Yicheng's words were resolute, but he was also somewhat uncertain. He didn't want to admit it, but he felt that Tao Yuan still had some feelings for Lu Li. After all, they've loved each other for more than 10 years. She can't just say it's gone. Moreover, that bastard Lu Li also has the intention to tie her down. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get a divorce. But so what? Their deformed marriage will definitely end in the end. But she's entangled with you in marriage, which shows that her character is not good. You don't understand anything. You have no right to blame her. It's her husband's fault. Her husband ignored her and left her alone in the country. What's the difference between that and not having a husband? Moreover, after he returned to the country, he was with different women every day. You've seen those reports. That scumbag doesn't deserve her. That's their family matter. The husband and wife's relationship is not harmonious. It can't be the reason for her to cheat. I've seen her last time. She's a smart and mature woman. She has her own means. But you're too naive. You don't even know that you're being used by her. Don't say that about her. Fong Yicheng loudly emphasized his words. His expression was somewhat fierce. You're actually angry at me because of an outsider. Who told you to pretend to understand? I've been with her for 2 years, and you've only met her once. Do you think you know her better than me? She looks very mature, but she's actually very fragile and simple emotionally. She's not as scheming as you think. I won't allow anyone to insult her, including my family. Fong Yicheng's attitude undoubtedly deepened Fong Wen's prejudice against Tao Yuan. A truly suitable relationship would make a person better, and not make him fall out with his family because of it. Fong Wen even more felt that Tao Yuan, this woman, is not good. She will lead the younger brother, whom they've carefully cultivated, astray, and even destroy him. Therefore, no matter how she can't bear it, she must take coercive measures. It seems that she really destroyed your reason. Fong Wen turned her face away. You're young and insensible. It's easy to be blinded by momentary feelings. I don't blame you, but I can't let you go. In the past, you've made a lot of mistakes. I've turned a blind eye because you're my most beloved brother. I don't want to be too strict with you. But, there are some things that indulging you will only harm you. From now on, I won't allow you to see each other again. Impossible. I like her. I can't not see her for a day. My legs are on my body. You can't control where I want to go. Fong Yicheng turned around to leave. But when he just went downstairs, several bodyguards blocked the door. Fong Wen stood at the staircase and coldly looked at him. With me here, don't even think about leaving. What do you mean by this? You want to imprison me? I just want you to calm down at home. If you can't see her, you'll naturally think it through slowly. As for the hotel, I'll help you resign. Before you wake up, you'll stay at home. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Opening the fridge, the vegetables that he bought yesterday were still frozen. It was enough to make a few home-cooked dishes. Lu Li said that he absolutely won't eat noodles anymore. Plus, on the way back from the hotel, his mood was not good. Tao Yuan didn't want to have a conflict with him again. So, she could only cook for him. Taking out the vegetables from the fridge, washing them, chopping them, the sound of busy work came from the kitchen. Lu Li sat on the sofa for a while. His mood still didn't improve. In front of his eyes, Tao Yuan's indifferent expression repeatedly appeared. She said that it was meaningless. This was the first time he did something for her, but she disdained it. Lu Li was very disappointed. However, rationally thinking about it, he had no right to blame her. 4 years ago, he didn't give her the most important wedding in a woman's life. Now, when he wanted to give it to her, he didn't consider her feelings. It was equal to giving it to her wishful thinking. He thought it was good. But, in her opinion, it might not be good. When she wanted it, he couldn't give it to her. She didn't want it, but he wanted to give it to her. Could it be that between them, the timing was never right? So they could only miss each other and hate each other. Lu Li secretly laughed at himself for thinking too much. His original intention of setting up the venue was just to humiliate her. Why did he have to care so much about her reaction? Could it be that he really liked her? Impossible. Even if she was the only woman left in the world, he wouldn't choose her. Right now, his feelings for her were just a momentary novelty and a momentary desire to conquer her. His proud pride wouldn't allow him to stumble in front of a woman. Since 10 years ago, he could make her love him to death, why couldn't he do it now? That was the cruelest way to torture her. After a lot of psychological adjustment, the dark clouds in Lu Li's heart finally dispersed a little. He didn't feel so sullen anymore. He went into the room to change his clothes and went to the kitchen to watch her busy. With a height of 1.65 meters, she wasn't tall or short. Her back was slender, and she was cooking neatly. With one look, he could tell that she was a virtuous wife. As he watched, Lu Li's heart felt warm for no reason. A warm family life was actually what he had always wanted, but he just couldn't get it. This wasn't the first time she cooked for him, his thoughts went back to 3 years ago. It was a snowy night. When he rushed home from the airport, it was already very late. Everyone in the family was asleep, and she was the only one sitting in the dining room, waiting for him. The bad weather made his mood very bad, and as soon as he saw her, he became even angrier. "Ollie," she happily greeted him. "Is the plane late? It must be very cold outside." Chapter 469. A hint of hurt flashed across her eyes, but she still maintained her smile. "I've put the food in the pot to keep it warm. Take a seat first, I'll bring it out. No need, I'm not hungry. His face was frosty and his tone was colder than the weather. Even though his stomach was rumbling with hunger at this moment, how could he possibly eat the food she cooked? You don't like plain meals, right? How can you not be hungry after more than 10 hours? Damn. Why are you so annoying? He shouted at her. I said I'm not hungry, so I'm not hungry. Do you think that if you cook for me and pretend to care about me, I'll be moved by you? Stop dreaming. She didn't know what to do. I didn't pretend to care about you, I just, enough, stop nagging, it's annoying. He left her and went upstairs, slamming the door behind him. That night, she cried, right? At that time, she wasn't as strong as she was now. She would cry if he said a few harsh words. Now that he thought about it, Luli also felt that he was indeed too mean to her. No wonder she completely gave up on him. When a woman was weak, she would crave for any care and warmth, which undoubtedly gave Fang Yicheng an opportunity. Who was to blame? Wasn't he only to blame himself? But was it all his fault? Wasn't he a victim too? Lu Li's heart was torn by two different emotions. Let's eat. She looked back and saw him standing at the door, so she said lightly. Pea pork rib soup, poached eggs, mapo tofu, stir-fried lotus root, these were all ordinary home-cooked dishes, but they were glistening and fragrant. Why are they all vegetarian? Lu Li frowned. I'm not a rabbit. Isn't it pork ribs? There's so much meat in the takeaway, it's good to eat vegetarian to cleanse your intestines. Since you're so vegetarian, you might as well become a nun. The two of them ate in silence, when the phone on the table vibrated and flashed Fang Yicheng's name. Lu Li quickly grabbed it. What are you doing? Tao Yuan wanted to grab the phone back, but she couldn't. Why are you looking for my wife? Lu Li pushed Tao Yuan with one hand and answered the phone with the other. Why am I here? Nonsense, didn't I tell you that we live together? My wife cooked for me. It's delicious. Have you eaten her cooking before? Heh, why do you care what I do tonight? I can't sleep with my own wife. You don't believe me. Do you need me to take a video for you? Don't disturb her anymore. After hanging up and deleting Fang Yicheng's number, Lu Li threw the phone back to her. Tao Yuan was so angry that her eyes widened. How can you answer the phone for me? It's very rude of you. Is it polite of him to disturb our meal? I've already warned him several times. If there's a next time, you'll have to prepare to collect his corpse. What are you staring at? Eat. Tao Yuan didn't want to talk too much during the meal, but Lu Li's behavior angered her again. She didn't want to drag it out any longer. When are you moving out? It depends on my mood. But I think your cooking is not bad. I'm not sick of it yet. You're not leaving. Then I'm leaving. I can't stand staying in the same room with you. Lu Li drank his soup calmly. As long as I don't give up, it's the same wherever you move. Is this how you take revenge on me for cheating? Haunting me and ruining my life, it makes you very happy, doesn't it? It's quite happy. Lu Li savored the taste. It's very interesting when you're angry. I'm not a toy for you to have fun with. Your every move is driving me crazy. We can't get along peacefully. Either you drive me to death, or I'll drive you to death. Life is short. Why do you have to live so ugly? Can you stop the Scenic View Villa project and the Memorial Day dinner? I can't win against you, and I don't want to overestimate myself. We're going to divorce sooner or later, so why not be more straightforward? After the divorce, you can go find Gu Yanran. Crash, a bowl shattered on the ground, and shards flew everywhere. Tao Yuan's body trembled. Lu Li's expression instantly became terrifying. He glared at her and gritted his teeth. You don't deserve to mention that name. Tao Yuan's heart felt like it was stabbed with a knife. It was suffocating and painful. Gu Yanran was his taboo, his weakness, and she was the last person who had the right to mention that name. While she was tired of his pestering for the past few days, she couldn't help but think that maybe he did care about her a little. Whether it was because of his pride or his desire to control, he more or less cared about her a little. She couldn't help but have that kind of expectation. However, in the end, it was just wishful thinking. No matter how much she changed, it was just a momentary novelty to him. As for Gu Yanran, she would always be the most special existence in his heart. The pain actually made Tao Yuan stronger. There was no fear in her eyes. Instead, she smiled. You think I don't deserve it, but I've never wronged her. You didn't. Don't forget who broke us up and who chased her away. I lost the woman I loved the most, and it was all because of you, Tao Yuan. Every word was filled with heart-wrenching hatred, so strong that it could burn everything. Let's just treat it as my fault in the past. I've delayed you. I agree to divorce you now, and you can go find her. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first thing tomorrow morning. After the divorce, you can take the earliest flight to find her. If it's quick, you can get married tomorrow night. I wish you two a long life together, and be united forever. You're such an evil woman. Lu Li said hatefully. You're cursing me. You're wrong. I'm sincerely wishing you two well. No one is more sincere than me in the world. Do you think it's that simple? Signing a divorce is a very simple matter. It's just that you've made it very troublesome. Don't find so many excuses. Don't you just want to quickly get rid of me and your adulterous husband? But you ruined me. How can I let you go so easily? You were the one pestering me before, and now I'm the one pestering you. It's very fair. Have you tasted what it felt like to be dead when I was alive? His smile was crueler than the devil's, and his white teeth were as sharp and cold as fangs. It's just the beginning, and you can't take it anymore. Won't you kill yourself in the future? We've been married for 4 years, right? Then how about another 4 years? You'll only be 30 then, and you'll still be young and beautiful. Coupled with your seduction skills, you won't have to worry about not being able to get married. If it doesn't work out, don't you still have Fang Yicheng, that spare tire? He says he loves you, and he doesn't mind waiting for 4 years. 4 years. Tao Yuan shuddered at the thought of it. Just a few confrontations, and he was about to destroy the calmness she had honed for 3 years. Even if she didn't die in 4 years, she would become crazy. No, she couldn't be destroyed in the hands of the same man again. That's impossible. Marriage, I'll definitely divorce. Then I'll be honest with you. Divorce, don't even think about it. Lu Li stood up. He was much taller than her, and she was completely shrouded in his shadow. His aura was much stronger than hers, and her slender body was almost bent over. Tao Yuan suddenly felt that it was almost impossible to deal with such a man and win against him. At least in this confrontation, she didn't have the slightest chance of winning. TSK, TSK. You look so pitiful. Lu Li reached out to touch her face, but she slapped it away. Don't touch me. His face darkened. If you don't let me touch you, there are plenty of women who are willing. Don't think too highly of yourself. Bam! The sound of a door slamming came from behind. He left. Tao Yuan weakly slumped back into the chair, feeling very hopeless. That night, Lu Li didn't go home, but Tao Yuan couldn't sleep well either. She was afraid that he would go out to drink and come back to throw a tantrum. Her mind was full of such thoughts, and she felt that she was about to suffer from persecutory paranoia. She just kept her eyes open until dawn. There was nothing more painful and irritating than insomnia. To make matters worse, when she woke up in the morning, she found that her head was very dizzy, and it was very likely that she had a fever. However, if she didn't go to work for a day, her team would definitely be in chaos, so she had no choice but to endure it. Before she reached the door, she heard a few team members gossiping. Really? They were really kissing. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Of course not, I saw it clearly, Xiao Mei said exaggeratedly. Little Mei said exaggeratedly. She enjoyed the feeling of spreading gossip and being noticed by everyone. When the CEO turned around, he even glared at me. Do you know what was written in his eyes? It was written that he was dissatisfied. I bet that if I didn't break it, they would have been doing it in the office. They didn't even close the door. TSK, that's too bold. Damn, I thought they were going to divorce. I didn't expect the CEO to kiss her forcefully, and not just once. Do you think the CEO is bewitched? Didn't he hide abroad to avoid her before? Why is he pestering her now that he knows she cheated? You don't understand, do you? It's fine even if he doesn't care about his own wife. If she was snatched away, he would definitely feel uncomfortable and want to snatch her back. All men have this problem. It's called possessiveness. TSK, so perverted. Then doesn't it feel good for Tao Yuan to have a foot in two boats? Of course, don't you see who the two people she stepped on are? Don't be fooled by that woman's usual high and mighty attitude, it's all an act. When the CEO wasn't around, she used Manager Fong as a spare tire. Now that the CEO is back and interested in her, she deliberately used Manager Fong to provoke the CEO and attract his attention. Really? She used Manager Fong as a gun. Aha! She would rather stay in an empty house for 3 years than get a divorce. It shows how much she cares about the position of Mrs. Liu. The CEO is so rich and so handsome. If it were you, would you be willing to get a divorce? No matter how handsome young Master Fong is, he's just a playboy. Liu Li is the best quality man. Moreover, the Fong family is far less rich than the Liu family. You'd also choose the CEO. So the most despicable thing about her is that she doesn't want to be lonely. She wants to be Mrs. Liu and wants a man. Shameless. That's right. She's a disgrace to us women. Chapter 470. Hey, that's not right. Is your information accurate? Employee A stared at his phone and said. Today's top search is that the CEO spent the night with the Victoria's Secret supermodel, Xiao Lan, in a hotel last night. The reporters took pictures of them entering the hotel together and deliberately separated. But after entering the hotel, they probably stayed in the same room. Really? Let me see. Wow, Xiao Lan's legs are so long. I'm so jealous. Legs are so fun. A supermodel is indeed a supermodel. She looks so good in any photo. Her street photos are super stylish too. Exactly. She has a good figure and looks elegant no matter what she wears. The media says that she has the most beautiful legs in China. In comparison, Tao Yuan is a midget. Ha ha ha. You're so evil, that's right. Other than acting, what else is she good at? Her looks and figure are average. Compared to the CEO's women, she's much worse. If the CEO is dating a new lover so late at night, it means that he's just playing with her. I think they'll still get a divorce. I'll go get the newspaper. It's on her desk. She can see it at a glance. I'm so happy to make things difficult for her so early in the morning. Tao Yuan came back with breakfast. As expected, there was a newspaper on the table. The headline was the news of Lu Li and the new Miss Lu. The two of them were not photographed holding hands or doing anything intimate. They just entered the hotel together. But that was enough. Tao Yuan used the newspaper as breakfast. It wasn't the first time she had to deal with the women outside. They really underestimated her skills if they wanted to use this to provoke her. There was a lot of work in the morning. Her head was getting more and more painful. Even the painkillers couldn't stop it. It was probably because she ate it too often that she developed antibodies. Her body was also getting hot and she couldn't breathe. After dealing with a lot of trouble, she finally had a chance to take a breather. Xiao Mei came in and said that Xiao Lan was looking for her. Her tone was gloating. Tao Yuan met Xiao Lan in the VIP suite. She was indeed very beautiful. She was not a beauty in the traditional sense of the word, but she was very much in line with the aesthetics of foreigners. She was tall and slender, with fair skin, a pair of phoenix eyes, and smoky makeup. She was an international model, noble and elegant. Tao Yuan also liked to study how to dress and would often look at street photos. Xiao Lan's street photos were her favorite. Putting everything else aside, just based on appearance, Lu Li's taste in women was very good. She knew in her heart that Xiao Lan was just playing the game of a mistress, but as a hotel employee, Tao Yuan still put on the most professional attitude and asked with a smile. "Hello, Miss Xia. What can I do for you? Do you know what I saw on the blanket this morning? A strand of hair, not mine." Xiao Lan said in an exaggerated tone, as if something big had happened. "Perhaps it is yours. My hair is black, but that hair is red. A person has hundreds of millions of hairs, it is normal to have a few red hairs. I also have black hair, but sometimes when I comb my hair, I will see a few yellow or red hairs. You still want to shirk the responsibility?" Her phoenix eyes widened and she snorted. "It is obviously you who didn't change the blanket. Our hotel bed sheets and quilts are changed every day. Then explain to me, why is there someone else's hair on my bed? Don't use that trick to fool me, it is obvious that you are slacking. And you call this a 6-star hotel, it is so dirty." Xiao Lan said with disdain, then pointed at Xiao Mei. "And what is the attitude of your customer service here? I asked her a few questions, and she almost quarreled with me. From customer service to guest rooms, you can't even compare to a 4-star hotel, it is trash. Miss Xia, I can absolutely guarantee that our bed sheets are changed every day." "Guarantee? What's the use of your guarantee? Of course you will deny it." Tao Yuan said politely. "The hotel is a service industry, everything is based on the customer. No matter what, it is our responsibility to make you unhappy. I apologize to you on behalf of the hotel. If you think this room is not clean enough, then we can upgrade your room for free. Didn't you want to book a sea view room? There is a guest who wants to check out today, I can help you upgrade that room." Hearing her say this, Xiao Lan felt a little better. "Then let's do this first. If there is another problem, I will definitely complain to the end." After leaving the room, Xiao Mei followed behind Tao Yuan and complained. "Celebrities really have two faces. On the screen and in private, it is completely different. Just a strand of hair, and she actually scolded me for more than 10 minutes. Does she think she is the queen? Customer service requires a very good psychological quality. If you can't do it, then you are not suitable for the hotel industry. Even you are lecturing me. She is clearly the one who is looking for trouble." Xiao Mei said angrily. "To put it bluntly, she is mainly targeting you. I was implicated by you as cannon fodder, okay? It's not like you don't know, why are you pretending? Is this the attitude you should have as a subordinate to your boss?" Tao Yuan's expression also became serious. Previously, you made a lot of mistakes, but I did not pursue it. Young people have just come out of society, and it is normal for them to have a temper, so I want to give you another chance, but you never know how to reflect on yourself. Xiao Mei's attitude was even more arrogant than hers, and she retorted in a sharp voice. What do I have to reflect on? It's not like I am fighting with Xiaolan for a man. You can't even control your own husband, and you don't dare to fight with a mistress, so you take it out on me. Do you think I am that easy to bully? If you are so good at teaching others a lesson, why are you living such a failure? Do you know what everyone in the hotel is saying about you? You should take care of yourself first. Always putting on a high and virtuous appearance, pretending. Previously, Tao Yuan had always thought that there were many things that did not need to be taken seriously. They were not bad people, they were just ignorant. However, there were some people who could not be too tolerant. Blindly forbearance would only allow them to take advantage of him. I want to see your resignation letter within an hour. What? You want to fire me? What right do you have? Just because I am your boss, is this reason enough? Furthermore, in your evaluation, I will truthfully fill in your name. There shouldn't be any company that can accept an employee with a bad record. Xiao Mei exploded in anger. Tao Yuan, you vicious woman. At noon, a few employees who were good friends with Xiao Mei came to plead with Tao Yuan, but she still insisted on her decision. Sometimes, it was necessary to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. She did not care that Xiao Mei's family conditions were not good, or that her boyfriend was cheating on her. She was already an adult, and if she could do it, she had to bear the corresponding consequences. In the end, Xiao Mei resigned. Tao Yuan's ears did not have much peace for long. Group leader Tao, Miss Xiaolan is looking for you. A room with a sea view. Xiaolan sat on the sofa, with manager Huang and a few employees standing beside her. As soon as Tao Yuan entered, she could smell the tripartite trial, but she was very calm. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse, and if it was a curse, it could not be avoided. The trouble was always endless, but she would solve it one by one. What's the matter? What's the matter? Tao Yuan asked calmly. Where's my watch? What watch? You're still pretending to be stupid. You stole my watch. Xiaolan stood up and pointed at her arrogantly. You look like a decent person, but I didn't expect you to be a thief. Tao Yuan instantly understood. So this guy was playing the trick of framing and shifting the blame to others. Most of the women Luli chose were beautiful, but they lacked IQ and were troublemakers. Miss Xia, I didn't see your watch. I looked for you this morning. Is that true? Yes. At that time, there were only you, me, and one of your subordinates in the room, is that true? Yes. After you left, I realized that my watch was missing. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Tao Yuan raised her arm and pulled up her sleeves. I have my own watch, why would I steal yours? Your watch is an ordinary Patek Philippe, at most 100,000 yuan. Maybe it's an imitation. Mine is a limited edition with diamonds, and it's worth more than 1 million yuan. Can yours compare to mine? The greatest value of a watch is to tell the time. For me, it doesn't matter if it's a limited edition or not. Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? Of course you stole my watch to sell it, how could you use it yourself? If it's not you, then it must be someone else. Where is she? She resigned at noon. Resigned? Xiaolan had an expression of, I knew it. How could there be such a coincidence? You two must have planned it together. You stole my watch and wanted to run away. Miss Xia, this is a 6-star hotel, and the guests are all rich and powerful. I've seen many things more expensive than your watch, but I've never had a theft in the 3 years I've worked here. That was before. Maybe you've lost money in gambling or stocks, so you stole it. Or maybe you're just taking revenge on me. I've just lost something, and that person resigned. I don't believe there's such a coincidence. She must have run away with the watch. You're her boss, so you must be in cahoots. I felt something was wrong when I saw you just now. Do you think it's true? Which thief will admit to being a thief? They will only admit it when they're caught red-handed. Maybe you left it in a corner of the room. I'll help you look for it. We've looked for it, said Manager Huang. When Tao Yuan first entered the department, Luli had told him to take care of Tao Yuan, so he had been making things difficult for her. Now that there was a rare opportunity, he would spare no effort to show off. Team leader Tao, Miss Xia is a celebrity. She won't suspect you for no reason, let alone frame you. If you stole the watch, please return it now. We'll deal with it internally. At most, you'll resign. Otherwise, you'll go to jail if you're found out. Tao Yuan had already expected this attitude, so she wasn't afraid. Then call the police and let them find out. If the watch isn't in Miss Xiao's hands, I also want to know who has it. Xiao Lan's expression changed. What do you mean? Are you saying that I deliberately hid the watch to frame you? I didn't say that. But that's what you meant. Chapter 471. In fact, Tao Yuan's body had reached its limit. Her vision began to darken, as if she could faint at any time. Her hands, which were placed by her side, kept clenching her suit. Her palms were sweating. However, she could not collapse at this time. If she fainted, they would think that she was pretending to faint to avoid responsibility. There is nothing much to say about this matter. I did not take your watch, but since you think that I stole it, the most direct way is to find the police and let them investigate. Do you think I dare not? Xiao Lan stood up, her attitude was very sharp. I just don't want to make a big deal out of it. Manager Huang also helped her. Miss Xia is a celebrity. Her every move is the focus of the media. If this matter were to be reported to the police, I don't know what would happen. The watch has no legs, so it won't escape by itself. Xiao Mei has resigned, and now the biggest suspect is you. Moreover, with your relationship with Miss Xia, it is normal for you to take her watch. Tao Yuan found it funny. What relationship do I have with her? Today is the second time I see Miss Xia. You. Don't be so stubborn. It is only an internal punishment now. It will not be the same at the police station. Tao Yuan's back was straight, and she did not even frown. She was pure, calm, like a proud bamboo. I will not admit to things that I have not done. Moreover, I am not afraid of threats. Don't say anything more. Let the police handle it. Manager Huang was speechless for a few seconds because of her attitude. Although Tao Yuan was not in the same department as him, her ability was obvious to everyone in the hotel. Moreover, she was the nominal wife of the CEO. Therefore, she should not be able to steal a watch. He said that she stole it to help Xiao Lan's reputation and take the opportunity to make things difficult for Tao Yuan. He did not expect her to be so stubborn. For a moment, he did not know what to do. You forced me to do this. Manager Huang, call the police. There is no need to make a big deal out of it. Manager Huang was a little afraid. If this matter were to spread out, it would not be good for the hotel. What do you mean by no need? My watch worth more than 1 million yuan was stolen in your hotel. Do you think it is okay? How could I possibly suffer such a loss? Now, the matter of the watch was not a big deal. Xiao Lan was directly at odds with Tao Yuan. Even if she really didn't steal it, the current evidence was very disadvantageous to her. As long as she persisted, nothing could be said to exist. She was a big star. How could she tolerate a small customer service team leader bullying her? What happened? A deep and resounding voice rang out. Lu Li, Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Was he here to help his new lover? Her body was already very uncomfortable, and she didn't know if she could hold on until the police arrived. Now, with the addition of Lu Li, she really couldn't deal with him. Boss Lu. Xiao Lan's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that such a small matter would alarm him. When she had entered the hotel last night, she had bumped into him. She had taken the initiative to talk to him, but his attitude had been very cold. She was in a bad mood because she had been thwarted by him. Why are you here? Xiao Lan asked in surprise. He had changed his arrogant attitude just now, and there was a hint of flattery in his tone. Tao Yuan was dizzy, but she also felt that they were acting. They had already slept together. Was there a need to pretend that they didn't know each other? Now that they were in cahoots, her situation was even more worrisome. However, as long as she was still breathing, she wouldn't be beaten down by them. Even if she had to go to the police station, even if she had to go to jail, she wouldn't admit to it. Lu Li glanced at Tao Yuan. Her face was very pale, and even the blush couldn't hide the paleness. Others might not have noticed it, but he could see it at a glance. Receiving a look from him, Manager Huang immediately explained. Miss Xiao's watch was stolen. I suspect that it was team leader Tao who stole it. Oh. Is there any evidence? Xiao Lan's heart was beating fast, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. I complained to her in the morning and said a few words to her. Then my watch disappeared. There was another person present, but she resigned. So, it was obvious that the two of them conspired. It's unbelievable that there was a thief in a 6-star hotel. Of course, it's not your responsibility, Boss Lu. Such a big hotel, there are bound to be some parasites. There are many things that you can't control. So, it's just a suspicion. But my watch really disappeared after she left. Manager Huang also helped me look for it. I didn't deliberately frame her. Maybe she stole my watch to get back at me for making trouble for her. But this is her responsibility. So, what you're saying is that you suspect that my wife, Lu Li, would steal your watch. His tone was not heavy, but every word was powerful and resonant. There was a kind of imposing aura that made people unconsciously revere him. Xiao Lan looked like she was struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't say anything for a long time. Her expression was very funny. What did you say? Who is she to you? Lu Li walked to Tao Yuan's side and stood side by side with her as if they were one. He reached out and naturally wrapped his arms around her shoulders. This is my wife, Tao Yuan. Xiao Lan wished she could faint. She had actually offended Lu Li's wife. Wasn't she courting death? That couldn't be right. Didn't the rumors say that this Mrs. Lu was not favored and that Lu Li hated her very much? That was why he had so many women outside. However, his current attitude was clearly to protect her. What was going on? Manager Huang also had a puzzled expression on his face. But the strangest thing was still Tao Yuan. Shouldn't he be helping Xiao Lan to deal with her like he did with Zhang Mingmei? What was going on? Just what kind of medicine was this person selling in his gourd? I didn't know she was your wife. Xiao Lan's entire face turned pale. Now that you know, do you think that my wife needs to steal your watch? Xiao Lan bit her lip, still feeling a little indignant. Maybe she only got back at me because I complained about her. Luli snorted disdainfully. My wife is virtuous in life and has a clear separation of public and private interests. She is outstanding. How could she steal a watch from you? But since you're so sure that she stole it, then you can investigate. But if we find out that she didn't steal it, I can't bear to accuse my wife of this groundless crime. I have to demand an explanation from you. His tone was not harsh, but everyone present could not help but hold their breath. Xiaolan was so scared that her guts were about to explode. She stammered, not knowing how to answer. In the room with a sea view. The air was filled with the smell of danger. Xiaolan's face was pale. Manager Huang and a few staff members lowered their heads, trembling with fear. Luli held Tao Yuan's shoulders and stood firmly by her side, like her guardian angel. Tao Yuan's feelings at this moment were also indescribable. Luli was actually helping her. Was she hallucinating because of the fever? But she could clearly feel his strength on her shoulders. It was so strong and firm. His body temperature was unfamiliar, but it made her feel at ease. His aura strongly affected her, causing her body to tremble slightly. In the past few years, she had encountered many difficulties at work, and she had to fight them alone. Now that someone was standing by her side, supporting her, helping her, and acting as her support, she was at a loss for what to do. That person, especially, should not be Luli. Because she was used to being alone, she would not have expectations and would not rely on others. But if someone were to help her, then she would gradually become weak, and gradually cling to the other party like a vine. But Luli was definitely not someone she could rely on for the rest of her life. To avoid getting hurt in the future, she had to dispel all fantasies now. She pushed Luli's hand away. I'll go back to work first. If the police come, tell them to look for me in the office. I will definitely cooperate with the investigation. She struggled to steady her feet and forced herself to walk out of the room, unwilling to let anyone see her physical condition. As soon as she walked out of the door, she immediately held onto the wall and almost fainted. Are you okay? A hand cupped her arm. I'm fine. She gave him a shove, resisting. Luli touched her forehead. You're having a fever. It's none of your business. Her attitude was very bad. Moreover, Luli had always hated women who put on a strong front. If it was in the past, he would probably leave her alone. But now, looking at her haggard face, he had no time to consider his personal feelings. He was more worried. Do you think you can go back to the office like this? I can. Cold sweat kept appearing on Tao Yuan's forehead, and her body kept trembling. With every step, she had to stop to rest and take a few deep breaths. You like to put on a strong front. I don't need your help. Look at you now. If you can walk back to the office alive, Luli will write my name backwards. She rolled her eyes at him and hummed weakly. What does it have to do with me how you write your name? She felt dizzy and then completely dark. The campus in the middle of September was sunny and beautiful. The bright sunlight shone through the gaps of the leaves and fell on the ground, gently swaying. Students came and went, and the whole campus was full of vitality. Two girls sat under a tree, one of them quietly sitting in front of the easel drawing, and the other was impatiently complaining. You came out to sketch on such a hot day, aren't you looking for trouble? It's better to watch a movie in the dorm with the air conditioner. Tao Yanran complained, her two elegant eyebrows tightly knitted. Her appearance was stunning. She had red hair, thick eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a curvy figure. She was tall and slender, and was named the most beautiful school flower since the founding of the school. Her personality was also very high profile. She was always the focus of various school dinners and dances. Tao Yanran's family was rich and beautiful. Therefore, it was strange that her best friend was the ordinary Tao Yuan. The two had nothing in common except that they both had the surname Tao, and their personalities were poles apart. It could only be understood as one was active and the other was passive, and the active and passive complemented each other. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.